Okay, here we go. I know I started with no sound. I got a bunch of long tweezers in the mail that I ordered. They weren't sent in. What is the screw doing on the floor? Wait a second. The plot thickens. Oh, a lot of stuff going on here. Yesterday, my entire day was taken up buying and putting a gun safe in here. It's about time that I got something like that, just for safety purposes, so I can keep things under my thumb instead of having things distributed all over the place. As far as the meme goes, I'm not mounting things to the wall. That's a Rob Oz meme. What just happened? Oh, that was the entire song. Damn it! I was looking for a specific instrumental and I couldn't find it. This one's okay. It's only three minutes. Throw your babies in the air. Where's my... Come back here. Okay. Get my mic cable managed, and then I'll open up YouTube chat so that we get that on screen. Oh. I don't have anything to drink right now. I'll have to get refreshment in the middle of stream. All right, let's see. So I need this window. Not this window, no. This is where I moderate. I need this window. And I need to open up YouTube, bother VOD. I need to click on it, the live one. And I need to make sure my audio is muted. I scroll down, and then I pop out the chat. Where is this? Poo-poo chat, there we go. Okay, now YouTube chat is also on the screen. I gotta make sure to click on my popped out oh bother chat as well. I just put both of y'all in the same window. Oh, I can't, because the YouTube one is like a weird, it's a tabless window for some reason. Why does YouTube have to do everything in a weird way? You know, I can keep, I love YouTube telling me you're live before Twitch does. I started them about the same time. Yeah, what is it? The YouTube implements everything in just kind of a weird way. The chat is a different address every time, and when I pop it out, it's not its own window. Whereas with Twitch, it's always the same URL for the pop out, and it also is what is it? It's a tab. So what I should be able to do is take the two tabs, put them into one window. There, both chats right there. Both of the popped out chats that enable Social Stream Ninja to do its magic and put all the chats up on the screen like I want. But yeah, it's like, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not allowed. I have to open up the YouTube live stream every single time and generate the pop out. Features. We would like features, but we don't get them. It's still a little clunky, this whole dual streaming thing. What up, Remdog Cat? No cat. I need to put the M303 in a thing. It needs its own space at this point. And we'll get back to reverse engineering it. We will. Promises. Do I have any? I don't have any storage at all. I have no storage. Oh, here we go. Wait, I can put it in this bin. The sewing bins that I have. Boom. Listening to an instrumental of The Harbor Is Yours from Aesop Rock. So if I make weird noises, you YouTubers or VOD watchers, that's what the source is. It's me being a silly little guy and singing along to good songs. I don't want to lose any of these parts. But it's just the instrumental, because I don't want the lyrics to distract me. I only play this stuff for the intro. And I can get a little bit more creative with my choices now that we're not saving any of the music anywhere, which I didn't want to do. I wanted to have that music there because it's defining. It puts me in a mood to stream. It's all part of the process. We're doing audio and visual. It's a whole thing. I gotta restart the song. I need that on loop. I should cut it up into a loop and just use that. Fan stuff. This is getting in the way. I'm going to go drape that on the 3D printer. Tube noises. Tube music. It's nice and funky, and I like it. All right, let's see how this thing turned out. I think it'll be pretty good. Oh, and we gotta hoover up all of Dave's stuff. I wish I could call it my 303 because Dave broke it. He's not allowed to have it. I'll probably end up fixing it and giving it back to him, and he'll like sell it. That's what Julian does. I fix his shit and then he sells it. Like, hey, what about that thing I fixed? He's like, oh, I sold it. Like, really? It was like a family member to me because I had to figure out how it worked from its bones out. He just hauls off and fucking sells the thing. Dude. Why did you do that? Because I don't really need the adjuster anymore. Over there. All these STM32 things have like weaseled their way into my projects. I don't know when that happened. Just humming that alone is enough for my whole channel to get demonetized. Don't sell shit your friend gave to you. That's not what it is. He sells the stuff I fixed. So hey, fix this for free so I can sell it. Because your shitty repair job is a liability. Whoa, 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 whoa. Almost lost that whole box. Yeah, so this is the 808 project and a couple of additional knobs. But I'm going to put that over by the rack, and we will get back to reverse engineering that soon. I don't know what kind of engagement I get from reverse engineering. It's something I like to teach people how to do, and it's tough when we run into snags in the middle of the stream, but boy, who was that? Was it Brink, GG? That just kind of knew what chip it was. And we were flailing around for a long time. I got to get more familiar with these modular synthesizer ASICs. I guess there's a whole world of that kind of thing out there, huh? Let me turn this on loop. Ambient mode? Weird. Playback speed, quality. That's the next button. There we go, loop. There we go. Now I can just have dull funk in the background. I don't know if I've mentioned this yet, but I've been banging my head against the wall trying to fix a subwoofer for like a week. Damn, what's wrong with it? What are you fixing? There's not much to a subwoofer. Is it like one of those big powered units? Because I have fixed one of those in the past. Music adjacent stuff, but the synth stuff is at the edge of my wheelhouse. Yeah, me too. It was somebody else that did it? Okay, it wasn't Brink. I remembered the name for a long time, and then I completely forgot about it. What's this? You need a name for your audience. The Mr. Sarks calls his audience Sarks Privates. Bruce calls them Bruce's Gooses. Bothers nuts. I called you guys, we rated Djibouti Show that one time, and Djibouti Show was like, what do we call you guys? Because Louis has the lunatics, and I'm just like, just nerds. It'd be Bothers Nerds. I mean, there's no better way to describe you guys. Bothers Nerds. It's a bunch of Bothers Nerds over there. I think I bought these for these specific tweezers, and I forget why. I wanted these tweezers very specifically, and I don't remember why. Maybe I saw them in those hair follicle pulling videos. Yeah, I mean, it fits a little bit too well. I did also want another pair of long tweezers for using hot air, because it's nice to get yourself out of the heat, so to speak. Haha, do you get it? Do you get it? Get yourself out of the did you guys get that? Did you get it? Bothers audience. It's a big powered one. I'm mainly doing the learning experience. I haven't done something like this before, so I spent most of the time fumbling about learning things. The big subwoofer that I fixed, these don't fit. Son of a bitch. They don't fit in the drawer. The big subwoofer that I fixed was, I think, Klipsch. It was a very big one though, very powerful, and the fix involved a couple burnt up parts that weren't actually the problem. They weren't the problem. These parts were not the problem. There's a little like daughter board, and since the whole subwoofer, all the electronics are inside the subwoofer, everything's wiggling around. So they used Silastic in order to hold things together, but the Silastic caused like a transformer to overheat. That wasn't the problem. There was just a scorched board. So I fixed that, and it didn't fix the subwoofer. And it was coming on intermittently, which typically speaks of a capacitor. I ended up finding the fault because I was taking the multimeter in an act of desperation and just checking point to point on the circuit, and there was a crack. There was a crack in the trace, a little tiny trace crack that caused an intermittent connection to turn on and off the subwoofer. This is like a system, it was like a daughter board system that like put it to sleep when it wasn't in use, and it was putting it to sleep basically. So that was a very difficult one to find. There is a lot of knowledge around, I think, Klipsch subwoofers, not the specific one that I had, but the earlier models, because they're known for faults. They're known for dying like this, because the Klipsch did everything in their power to try to keep vibration from killing them, but it's a subwoofer, so vibration killed it. Now, nerd versus geek for classification. Best Buy would make you think computer people are geeks. D&D book people usually call themselves nerds. I mean, if we wanted to, because we are all we would style ourselves as electronics people, so it would probably be hackers in the traditional sense, because hardware hacking and hacking stuff together is actually technically what we're doing. But I think just nerds is good because it's a little self-deprecating, and generally, you know, there's an emoji associated with it and everything. So I'll have to do a nerd bother emoji. Hold on, I'm gonna go into my emoji folder and just make a note for myself. That's a good one. I probably thought of this before, but I just, you know, whatever. I've been so discombobulated lately. I've been just not on my game. I haven't been on 100%. I feel good today, though. I'm feeling like I'm getting back into the groove of everything. The holidays kind of just befuddled me. And the problem with that is that the holidays are a very excellent time to actually fucking, like, stream, because everybody's around. Hold on a sec. We gotta watch this. Every time I see this, I have to watch this. The guy who gave me the microphone that I use made that. Every time I see it, I have to do that. All right, let's see. Emotes, right? Oh, Jesus, this is not functional. View, details. There should be a text in here. There isn't. New folder, or new text document, ideas. I think I already made one though. Just type nerd. PP is chromed out. Oh yeah, look at that. It's chromed out. Yeah, I have all my video on demand, the VOD descriptions and stuff in one big ass document. And I haven't uploaded anything in 2 days, but we're scheduled up to the 16th in terms of videos that are going to be published. So at some point, possibly Saturday, I'm going to have to just spend the day uploading and doing the minutes on videos. And I'm going to have to fly through them too. I want another day where I upload like 6, because I've done that before. This thing came from Ohalo. This is the router version of that little Tamiya drill. So it's gonna be pathetic, but it'll be funny to put it together one day. Maybe we'll do that Friday, I don't know. We gotta see if the gearing is the same as the other one. If maybe the router has some secret, but I don't think it does. Anyway, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to stream. I had a good Wednesday. I had to move a 350-pound safe into the basement here and find a spot for it. Chroma key is chroma'd out. If you're chroma'd out, that means that the color has been selected as being an alpha channel, and it'll make it invisible. You'll see the layer below it, basically. Chroma key is what's used in like shitty blue screen and stuff. But sometimes you can run your chroma key into another chroma key, so you can have a broad outline and then you can have a fine outline. That's the real trick. Those are the real tricks right there. Oh, you know what? I think I saw this in a 3D printing thing. I think. I don't know. I don't remember. Let's see how this turned out. So I gotta go slow because I don't want to ruin all the stuff here, and I probably should super glue that ring. All right, this is garbage. And away it goes. It's garbage day today. Yeah, it's just a different, well, wait a minute. Where is that emote? Let me scroll up. That's weird. It looks totally normal here. What about in this cam? That's normal. Oh yeah, this view ruins it. Why is it getting chroma'd? Wait, but it's not in the other one. I mean, I guess I don't need a chroma key on chat here. If I go to, where's my chat here? Auto overflow. What if we get custom CSS, huh? URL. Featured highlight, session UP, line, etc. I don't know. Let's hit cancel on that. Yeah, that's too light if I do that. I need to have the darkness there, but also I need it to not. Here's the color, chat program, look at the filters, chroma key, delete. There we go. We got PP back. And then, did that ruin the other ones? I don't think it did. Where's the one where I've got like a locked in chat? There we go. That one seems to be okay, although I don't want chroma on that. No, I actually do want chroma on that because there's we got the background right here, yeah. I think that fixed it. All right, let's see here. And that fits very lightly. That's actually a very light fit. I'll switch up the music in a second. What happened here? There we go. Pretty good. You got the DJ. To the best of my scrolling through, oh, looks like I have to use the longer one? That's no bueno. If I have to use the longer one, it might be too long. Hold on a sec. We calculated this. That's why we are the nerds. I need a wrench. Ah! Everything is falling apart in front of my very eyes. I tried to bite off more than I could chew. Okay, hold on. Let me get a wrench. I guess I need the big boy for this. Not that big. Hold on, a little smaller. A little bit smaller. I think it's... Is it this one? It is. Okay, cool. Yeah, that works. Here, try to give you guys a good view of that happening. How these things function. So you tighten them down, put them at a right angle. Let me get the other one. I might take this over to the 3D printer just to get it out of the way. See how it does live in there for a little bit. Okay, so do that, and you put these down like this. Actually, I still need to figure out this thing. Well, I think maybe I can figure it out whenever I specifically address it. Yeah, that's a tough one because the not having the wires organized is annoying. All right, let me go to a different song. What do? Wait, that's not even. Oh yeah, it is. Nah. I want stuff from the latest album. I wanted engine number 9, or sorry, number 9, but it didn't work out. Let's just do instrumental Aesop rock. That was only 46 seconds. Wait a sec. Hold on. I've been duped. No, not that. It's a different song entirely. Witness the fitness. I could always play Cheese on Toast. Okay, so without this thing coming out, everything's fitting kind of loose on this 3D print. I don't know what happened to this one. But so the way these things work is you back them out and then arbitrarily go forward and they lock like that. They're very frustrating though. You can do that to the other one too. Because you never know. You never know if it's gripping either the bottom plate or if it's actually getting into the, what do you call it? Getting into the rail properly. And I can back this out too much and it won't grip again. See that? I just lost it. I need a slightly larger fastener. So we got to undo this one and do this one again. Ooh, I like this. This is a good backing track. You should just be able to loosen it and lift, but I think maybe the bottom plate needs to be a lot thicker so I can use the slightly longer bolts. Let's see how the slightly longer bolts do. Aesop Rock. 1 of 10. Or no, this one is Fixed and Dilated is the name of the song. It's his backing tracks are always just red hot fire. Yeah, in this size, these are the only lengths that I have, is this and this. They are vastly different lengths. I need something in between the two. Or I need to design it for the larger fastener, which is probably what we'll end up doing. Probably what I'll end up doing, because it's easier to just add plastic to the problem. Or I could find a spacer. But that seems a little clunky. I'm going to do that one more time and then we'll move on. I got to do this little bit of finishing up for the fan thing. Although this isn't finishing up. We will get back to this project, so this won't confuse my VOD organization, because what we're doing right now is Not all that important to the project. I'm just showing you guys how these rail cleats work. Where the hell? There we go. Yeah, see how that sticks up? That's not going to work, because when this thing engages, it now is bottoming out. So everything is still loose, which is a problem. So I need spacers. I actually think I have a set of plastic spacers. So let me find them. I think I have black nylon spacers that I can just put in. The alternative would be putting a nut on the bolt in order to space it out a little bit. But I think I specifically have nylon spacers somewhere. These all stay up here. Okay, let's see. Whoop. Wrong scene, wrong scene. Wrong scene, that's not my scene, that's not my scene. Boom, 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 boom. I'm a sucker for some good drums and a stand-up bass. Where have you gone, spacers? I don't know what's going on around here, but there's been a lot of yard work hullabaloo going on. I guess they decided to pick up all the sticks in the neighborhood for some reason. It's not the most important thing Four Seasons Total Landscape has done, nor the funniest, but they're here for it. I can't believe I have the same landscaper as that political buffoonery that went on. I think that's immensely hilarious. They sold stickers to commemorate the event, and I bought a bunch. Yeah, it's the same one. It is the same one. They operate out of Philadelphia, and we're close enough that, you know, the whole cul-de-sac pitches in for landscaping. And one day, one of their trucks drove by, and I was like, "Hang on a second." Same logo on official audio. Wait. Oh, this is the one we already have. Get out of here. Let's get back to the, what else do we have? Oh, this is a good one. I think. Yeah, this is a good one. "2024 is come." Yeah, it's 2024, Pseudo. It is indeed. That's such a weird number of a year. I never really thought on the level of like, what would I be doing in 2024? Hanging out with you nerds. This doesn't really work. These spacers aren't the right size. Son of a bitch. Well, I could go down a size in bolt, I guess. I guess I could go down a size in bolt. I don't really want to go down a size in bolt. But that would mean an immense amount, like I'd be filing for the next 20 minutes if I were to reduce the, 2 millimeters that this thing needs? Or I can do, let's do something weirder. Because I'll start this printing today, and we'll start it printing and then we'll start streaming. So 11 millimeter for the washer. So we'll add that to the drawing. It's a leap year? 1984 was 40 years ago. Listen, shithead. So we're adding an 11 millimeter bump that's about 2 millimeters high to this. And, you know, I'll explain it when we work on the fan next. The fan's coming along, though. I got to wheel the printer over here, and then we can attach all the wires and put the commands into Clipper. But what I can do is just go to the step where we extrude this thing. Actually, go back to that drawing. Yep, that's a good drawing to go back to. And just do an 11 millimeter circle. I don't think that's going to collide with anything. We'll just add a quick little, oh, ran out of, hold on. Ooh, this is a good one. This is music that's been stuck in my head for a month. This is the one that I want on loop. I hate that I can't broadcast this with everything else. Start object, this right here, and we want to go 3 millimeters to make it a good standoff. That's gonna print all weird, isn't it? Yeah, that's gonna look weird, isn't it? If I made them stand off of this thing, but I mean, we managed to, the holes are pretty good. Maybe we'll get away with it. But maybe I want it to be 2 millimeter. It's weird over here with no music. Boo! That's me just making weird. This is what I ran into with Moon's stream. With Moon, I was listening to, yeah, I know, Cheesy MIDI would be very good. I was listening to one of his VODs because I wanted to watch him playing My Summer Car, and he has the no music in VOD thing, but he also just constantly plays music while playing the game, because My Summer Car is chill enough that you can just listen to a song and do what you're doing, and then a funny thing happens. But he was singing along to the songs, and so it seemed like he just had this Tourette's out of nowhere. He would just go, bah! In like the middle of, and you know, he's tone deaf, he's listening to the music, and he thinks it sounds good because the music is masking his out of tune, out of context, exactly. It's being masked by the music backing it, so. And this is a banger of a track too. I mean, come on. This is this stuff right here. The Gates. I mean, this is also a banger with lyrics, but I don't have the mental capacity to pay attention to an Aesop Rock song without fully dedicating myself to actually listening to it. Because there's a lot of words going on in the background. Straight up. See, like, I'll just say straight up and down, don't even bother. And you're like, what is it? Why did he say that? Is there something wrong with his brain? Okay, so there is our new solid. Let's get that printing. VODs do not have music, yeah, so they'll be listening to me completely out of context, say weird stuff. That's why I like to show the track, which I did for the Mariah Carey Christmas song, but then my video got dinged on YouTube for a visual copyright strike. What the hell? A visual copyright just for a picture of Mariah Carey leaning up against the side of the YouTube window, or whatever the hell that cover art was several years ago that I had on the program. And they made me cut the video. They made me cut 7 seconds out of the video. I can't believe you. Hey, look at this cool album cover that I have. Demonetized. Bonk. What the hell? What is that? I guess it's a system that's intended to prevent rebroadcasting, but boy howdy, is that like some 1984 kind of shit. All right, so we have our solid. Let's put that into here while everything's nice and tuned up and ready to go and raring. Straight up and... Oh, I guess that's a loop. That doesn't loop very well. That's a good song. Where did my folder with all my solids go? They're in here. There we go. And then the fan thing. Yeah, it wants to make supports for those. But I'm going to do no supports. Although that's going to make this extremely tough to build. I don't know if it'll work. We'll just have to see. Need to find a 10-hour remix on YouTube. Yeah, some people do that. I don't know. I don't know if they're Aesop instrumental 10-hour. Let me see. Blockhead, difficult, 4 minutes. I don't think anybody's doing 10-hour mixes of Aesop. Yeah. TDT Club, I remember your name. I'm not on Twitch anymore. And you are Un. Oh, one that I miss watching. Happy New Year. Hey, thank you, TDT. It's good to get out of the Twitch sphere a little bit. Good to see you. I'm glad you're doing okay. No support. Slice that for me. Yeah. And then I need to start up the printer. You know, it's almost not too niche, but it kind of is. And I think for a little while, Rhymesayers Entertainment, the label that Aesop is under, had a policy where you could stream their music. They had their own Twitch channel, I think, and I don't know what their exact thoughts are on allowing other people to stream, you know, to like use it as backing music and stuff. I don't know what they what the pound of flesh they would extract is, or if they are just totally cool with it. So, no time, you still have board. Yeah, still have board, but the board hasn't been working for years. We've been doing a lot of three-dimensional design and 3D printing in order to get it back up. I will get to working on it. I'm trying to clear out a couple of dangling participles, some loose end projects that I haven't been able to get to, including getting the RC car up and running before it rains. It's going to snowy rain in a day or two. Where did my solid go? Where did my entire... Can I... Why? Okay. What? Why is there no G code? Wait a minute. What the fuck? that should be populated. What the hell happened? I'm gonna move it on the build plate and do it again. What was that all about? There we go. There's the G code preview. I must have interrupted something. All right, so let's get the printer started up. I got to do this every time. I wish I didn't have to do this because I keep the Raspberry Pi with Octoprint on with the printer. I should probably have them both turn off, but I don't like turning off Raspberry Pis without telling them that they're going to be turned off. Octoprint. Where did it go? There it is. Well, it thinks it's connected, but I don't know if it... Let's just restart everybody. Octoprint is power down in the app menu. Because mine is still on a physical switch, because if something goes wrong, I can run up to it and turn it off. All right, different track, new track. Bonk. Yeah, I like keeping the Raspberry Pis on because they're, as a Linux system, its shutdown is very important for it. That's exactly what I do. Yeah, Octoprint on a separate, or rather, in the control box, I have permanent power with a switch in the back if I need to totally turn it off. But then the Raspberry Pi is always powered off of like a wall wart, and then the other power supply is a 24-volt power supply that I can turn on with the switch. But that causes me to, hold on. We got a bad, the mask up protocols are back on for hospitals because we have a respiratory thing going around. And I don't think I got it, but I do have a cough because it's dry. So yeah, I have to do that full restart every time, which I mean, I guess is healthy for the Raspberry Pi, but I love that control box. I really want to fit that piece of glass over it. You're nearly over COVID. A lot of my friends have COVID right now, or they're just getting over it. It seems like each time they get it, it's a little bit less bad. All right, so let's BL test down. I hear a click. Put it back up. I hear a click. Okay. You still have a lingering cough? Mine's just a normal cough. I have not gotten COVID yet. I am enough of a basement rat that I haven't gotten it. I just simply have avoided it for 4 years. Holy shit. All right, if Willow's not going to come down and participate in this whole shop thing that I have going on, which I'm really disappointed that she doesn't come down here and relax, but there are people outside probably to bark at, and she's probably sleeping in her bed upstairs. I have put plenty of pictures of her on Discord for those that are missing Willow as much as I am in here. that's not going to stay there. I have a little magnetic light that I can put on the printer. I think that's a little too much light. Let's go a little dimmer than that. There we go. I've avoided it for 4 years as well. I think it's because I stopped getting boosters. I don't think it's about the, no, I do need to get the booster. Oh, there's the frame rate issue on the dim. That's bad. Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually gotten my booster or flu shot, and it's super important that I do because I'm diabetic, and we don't fare so well with flu. But that's just me being negligent. I don't think I've gotten COVID because, first of all, I've been careful about masks and stuff, and then also because I don't go outside. I don't go outside. I haven't seen a blade of grass in years. All right, I'm gonna put these together just to keep them together, and then we'll start thinking about streaming. Start thinking about the streaming. Yeah, finding some like real cheesy MIDI tracks would be kind of fun. The problem is all of the methods that I have to search for something like that will get me into music that is copywritten, and I'll end up just in the same boat that I've always been. I should probably have built out something to fall into the rail on the other side. That might have been a good idea. But these two tie downs are going to hold this thing in place super duper well. There's no need for any other, you know, like there's no need for me to put the other rail in this one. That'd be silly. One sec, somebody just got home. I was still muted. Sorry. I was still muted. Ugh, God, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Anyway, I was saying, I got a Raspberry Pi 5 coming in the mail, and when that comes in, I can play with NDI and see if I like using it, and then I can have camera stations. So I can have one station over the printer for burn the subs and the printer, and then I can have one over by the desk to do any of the other desk cameras. Was wondering when you'd realize eventually, but I'm, you know, people start saying stuff about audio, and you're like, I think my audio's fine. Are they for sale now? They're intermittently in stock. Intermittently in stock. How do I have so many bins full of RC card junk? That one's washers. That one can go down here. Yeah, these are normal parts. Why is this one not sitting evenly? All right. I guess we should probably get started. How long? Yeah, we're about 50 minutes in. Let's go ahead and just close the music that you guys cannot hear now. No one's ever going to hear that music that we just listened to. Because copyrights are fun. Let's see. Set up. Get rid of start soon. Hi. What are we doing today? Well, here's the deal. Weather is happening. How am I framed? I got to lean forward a little bit. Weather is happening. Weather is happening, and that means that we're going to get sort of sloppy rain in the next couple days. Saturday into Sunday is apparently going to be snow, but it's going to be followed up by rain. Anyway, regardless of what it is, that means that I will not be able to race around my RC car on the extremely flat tarmac that we have in this neighborhood. So we need to finish. We need to just finish the RC car. I need to do one little modification, and we can test that out with servos, and then we can test it out with the RC car. The modification is I need a way to control two positions of the servo. The way that the gyroscope works on that board, on the DOS Micro gyroscope board, I'm like the only person in the world that's bought this thing, right? I don't know if, hold on one sec. He's wearing a wire. I don't know. I don't think anybody else has bought this board. I bought it because it has an in and an out. The radios nowadays, you can get ones that do like hardcore telemetry for really cheap that have a gyro built in, which would be nice. However, the board that I got, the one that I have to deal with, because I spent $30 on it, it wants the servo to go from, if this is the substrate of the servo and this is the arm that goes back and forth, there is a left and a right. That was right and left. It would be, if the thing was like, well, anyway, one extreme of the servo is off, and then from that point all the way up to the end is the adjustment of the severity of the gyro correction, right? And so there's a potentiometer that's on the gyro itself, and you set that to damp, normal, or forward. When it's in forward mode, it is unstable because it will try to correct and throw out the back wheels. So it's better for like if you want to automatically drift. The other setting is off, and then the other setting is damping. And so what it does is it tries when the rear wheels start to when the gyro senses that you're not trying to turn, hey, Jacozzi, just gonna put this here. What is the tenure of this one? This one is 49 months. Jacozzi, thank you so much. I really appreciate. I mean, 49 months is insane, dude. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a long road. It's been a long road. I tried watching a couple episodes of Enterprise, and I couldn't stand it. I'll have to try again sometime. Anyway, okay, so you're going around a turn, right? When you oversteer, that's when the rear kicks out and you slide into a tree and die. But what'll happen is the gyro will be looking at what your steering input is for the turn, and if you go outside of that parameter, if you start to turn more than the gyroscope sees you trying to turn, it will then move the wheels in a direction in order to correct it and get you stable again. And if you have too much of the damping going on, it'll be unstable, and so you'll start to fishtail back and forth. And that's what I'm dealing with right now, because when the servo is all the way in one direction, it is off. And then from a little bit from there all the way to maximum is your gyro severity correction setting. So all of the adjustments of the servo in my cheapo radio, this is the cheaper, it's an FSGT3C, and it's orange. That was sort of the main draw, is that it's orange. I wanted an orange radio, let's be honest. That is really the only reason that I bought it. But this is an STM32 radio. Anyway, all of the settings that are in here stock are a little bit mad. Channel 3 is a button, and it's a button that's in a very slick position. I really like that right there because I can just switch on and off the gyro. Then right above it is a little forward-backwards arrow that's actually trim. I don't know why you would trim this, because this setting just goes from one extreme to the other, right? It just goes from one extreme to the other. Trim actually influences the center point. So that doesn't make any sense. The adjustments that you can do are the maximum of one side to the other, whether it goes not quite to the maximum or whether it goes over the maximum amounts of turns, depending on your servo, how your servo works. That's basically one of the settings. Is from either end, you can adjust it in or out, or from one side and the other side, you can adjust it in as a percentage. So none of that allows me to get to this range. This range right here, from off to slight to center. I can't get to that setting. And in the center, this thing still does this. So what I need to do is I need to reflash the firmware with the ST link that we have and the software that we installed for it. And then I need to set it up so that the servo goes from one point to another point. That's something that is added to this with these features. There's also actually a really cool timer function where you can tie the timer to throttle. So once you are off the line, it'll start timing you, that's pretty cool. I guess if you learn how to do all these settings, this would be a pretty nifty radio. I mean, the other way that you can get around this problem is to just buy a better radio. But I'm not about to do that. And since it's about to snow in the next couple days, we got to get this done. So what I'm thinking is, there's some pads on the top board. I need to run a wire from the top board to somewhere else so that I can plug in the ST link in the future if I so desire. So one spot would be back here. I could put 4 pins for the ST link back here, and then I guess we could make a cable that plugs into the ST link. Or I could put it under the rubber back here. I could just cut a hole like somewhere that my palm really doesn't. I think my whole palm hits this thing though. So I mean, my first option I think is the best, is just put it in the battery door, and then I'll just have the 4 pins down there, and maybe we can put a little PCB down there that'll have a label on it so that we know what's what. What? This thing, by the way, this RC car is scary fast. I've been trying to get a video for you all of how fast this thing is, but I can't seem to get to top speed without it killing itself. It just detonates. And I have these 3D printed pylons that are holding up the mono shocks. And oh boy, this can bind sometimes. It's actually pretty good right now. Yeah, one of them can tend to bind on the side of the thing, but for the most part it's fine. Yeah, I mean, this is like, it's however deep you want to go with it, and I want something that I can tune to be the best that it can. So previous racing, I would break the suspension stuff, like the A-arms and stuff would break. I want to print out, there's a much bigger front bumper that I can print out that'll hopefully prevent the wheels from taking big shock. I flipped it at one point when I was racing it, and it broke off an entire, the whole shock broke off. And so both of these pieces died. These are intentionally sacrificial because the differential housing is plastic. And if I break something on the differential housing, I only have one spare set of differential housings. You can get all this in metal. All of it can be metal. I don't want that though. Having the plastic being a little bit lighter and you know, having all these strengthened elements means that this will always break. And unfortunately, the differentials are also plastic, and I've broken one of those too. I hope not to repeat that in my next crash when it happens. It's not an if. Also, the camber, is that camber? No, it's one of those other suspension things. This wheel's leaning in more than this wheel. I don't know if I need to custom print these parts in order to get them not to lean in. It's hard. This is hard to see with this camera because it's totally fish-eyed, but I don't know. All right, anyway. I mean, this is a good amount of complexity. I like this amount of complexity. We've taken our time with this project, though. This wasn't an all-at-once thing. This was an over the course of like a couple of years, well, maybe over the course of a year of working on this thing with the original intent to make it a Mario Kart. But I have designs for the Mario Kart. I plan on pulling this thing away from the home circuit device. I would like to put an extremely, basically this stuff in here and have this thing just totally tear up, because it gets to shockingly fast speeds. So it would be fun to just see this thing tear around with a proper battery and everything. I'll have to figure that one out, because the internals on this are very specific to the Mario Kart. But if I can get the drive axle to be replaced with the titanium one, the titanium differential, then that'll be pretty cool. I just need something to like space me out to get to the motor, or to get to the wheels. I've seen that done, actually. Somebody did hook up the telemetry, or no, they hooked up the Mario Kart home circuit to their force feedback steering wheel setup. That was pretty cool. All right, back to dish though. Let's take the radio apart and see if we can hack it. Now, the radio is essentially an STM32 project. So I'm stuck with this frickin' microcontroller, like the one that was used in the mutable instruments modules. I can't get away from it. I'm not a fan of the STM32. I'm forced to know how to use it. Against my will. So this reveals a bunch of... No, wait, no, it doesn't. It reveals one screw. There's a couple back here. And then there's two at the top and a couple down here, too. I think we've taken this apart before. I think we've done that. And then it... Yeah, you know what? I think I remember that. We've taken this apart before, and then Short Lurker was like, you need an ST link in order to program it. And I'm like, I'm never going to get one of those. But then I got to modular synthesizers, and I had to buy one. Hold on, I think my small screwdriver is at the desk. Nope, I moved it back over here. All right. Bump, 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 bump. I was at the gates. All right, what else do we need? I think this will be, oh, you can see a hole in the seam there. You see that little bit of light that's coming through? There's a little bit of light coming through from the desk. Ah! Keep dropping this thing. This is an awkward shape. It might be possible that I could just feed the wires all the way down here. I could probably follow another wire run and maybe keep it from rattling. Or I could use the silicon wires. That actually would be pretty good. So yeah, let's get these two out, and then I don't know what else is holding this in. I think maybe it's just snapped into place. It'll be fun to modify this as like a real antenna too. A full wave antenna. Just calculate 2.4 gigahertz times, what is it, 1 over frequency? I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. I'm just kind of guessing. What else is holding you together? Is this going to hold on that the top piece? I don't think so. These are hex. What the heck? What the hex? Anything below there? No. So I got two in the back there, and then is that front fascia going to come up? I don't think so. I don't know. If I release the shell, I guess the whole thing will fall into bits. These are larger. I do also have the electronics from the Mario Kart home circuit, and we would have to find a throttle signal on it somewhere, and the servo signal, but the servo signal is going to be looking for the feedback from its potentiometer, and so it'll be trying to control that position. I don't know how we can... I don't think we can do anything about that, so upgrading or changing the servo wouldn't be possible. But replacing all the stuff with my own radio and servos is also something that I can do. That'll no longer make it a Mario Kart home circuit. I wonder how the AR would handle a faster Mario Kart. Like, would it ding you for cheating and like VAC ban you from racing your little Mario Kart around? I have a feeling the pan car is a lot faster if we actually made it work. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to assume that there's an accelerometer in the thing, right? And so it's probably looking for specific feedback. I wonder if it would limit the speed of the motor. Like if you put a 3-phase motor controller in it and you found whatever signal is controlling that motor, if the augmented reality would actually hold back and keep you from, it doesn't have an encoder on the wheels. It doesn't have that. It has so Mario Kart Home Circuit was $100, right? And I bought 2 of them. In a terrible financial decision that I'll never recover from. What it has in the back here is one of those Tamiya-style DC motors. It's a slightly larger one, but it's a Tamiya-style DC motor that goes into just basically a gear drive on the axle. There's no suspension. They're making up for it with the big spongy tires. And then the steering is just a deconstructed servo motor. So there's a couple gears in a motor that turn this back and forth, and then there's a potentiometer wiper there. All that plugs into the main board. Everything is on the main board. There's an accelerometer. There's what essentially is probably a Raspberry Pi, because that was the original setup. The original setup was the WL Toys kit car in its original configuration with a Raspberry Pi on it, a 0W, and a camera. And so they programmed that to work with augmented reality somehow, and the Nintendo Switch. It's a Scandinavian team did it, and it's kind of amazing. It's actually really amazing stuff. I wish they would share their work with everybody else. But so there's no wheel encoders or anything like that. This is built to be as cheap as possible in order to make any money off of the fairly expensive RC car system, but that it has augmented reality built in, so that's pretty cool. But yeah. Sure, it's not that difficult. Why don't you go do it? Why don't you go make a Mario Kart Home Circuit right now? I think that's incredibly difficult. It's a lot of amazing work that they did. I mean, I guess if it's your job, all those tasks are not insurmountable, but I don't see a lot of DIY solutions doing that kind of stuff with a Raspberry Pi. Then again, I'm not looking, so maybe I'm missing out. I really don't think that this is what's holding on the rest of the thing, but it's not coming apart, and I don't know what else to do. I was at the gates. That's going to be stuck in my head for another month, isn't it? Yeah, I don't think I have to remove these, but I guess I will, because it's not coming apart right now. And there are, hey, I could look up tutorials on how to do this. Generally I just try to take stuff apart on my own, because you learn stuff when you do that. But there's probably DIYs out there where I could just pull this thing apart and be fine. Why is there still something holding it on? Like a plastic clip or something? Oh, there we go. It just had to, it was like a little thing. What do we have here? Indexing, and then just a wire run, and then a hole for the clip to hold that up. So that didn't need to be moved. I did not need to remove that. What do I need to remove then? Is it going to be one of those infernal plastic snaps? There's no screw there. Drum, 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 drum. The antenna doesn't go anywhere. It just goes up. I do have better antenna. I should find one. Would it be a matter of removing this entire plate and then there's a screw under it? I just don't want to snap any screws. It might just be a plastic clip somewhere. Did I get the middle one? Yeah, I got that one. Got that one. There's not any other fasteners. Yeah. Fascinating. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it is a plastic clip that needs to be undone. Wait, what the heck? How are you being held on? What is there? There's like a... Oh, I see. Okay, big tab. There's a big tab right there. So this should come out if I just, yeah, massage it a little bit. There we go. Yeah, this is like a $50 radio, which is not cheap, but it is not, you know, RC car stuff generally has like a tax on it. So these are pretty expensive. Things can get pretty expensive. Let's unplug this so I can show you guys the circuit board. Stellar V-Slam. Oh, that's cool. I'd love to look at that. I'll have to try to remember that for when I'm off air. There's the potentiometer for the throttle, board for the buttons, and then we've got our power going all the way down to there. So we can pretty much just go from whatever the test pads are here down the length of the thing, and then I can have something hanging out in the interstitial space. Where is the space that I can occupy with a potential PCB? It would be, let me see here. This right here would probably be the place. There's already a thing for a switch right there. So I need to get all the way to the front. Ooh, and there's not much plastic there. I guess I have to go along the side. I have to go down along here, and then I can get into this bin where I can put the 4-pin header that's labeled. Or maybe I could put the label in the bottom there. That would probably be, yeah, that's probably the way that we'll do it. We have a plan, chat. I have a plan. I just need to stick to it. Let's just see what's going on this board and see what we can figure out. Because this is the GT3C, and the program that I want to put on it specifies the GT3B. I don't know what the difference between the two radios are. I know that they both use a big RF module. Somebody was asking about Wi-Fi. Their STM32 project communicating via Wi-Fi, and it's like there are probably resources to do that with a Wi-Fi module and not an ESP8266. This one uses a radio module that's, I think, 2.4 gigahertz. And then these are all the pins for the screen. And then here we have a screen driver, HT1621B. Don't know anything about that. There's a Fly Sky logo. It's upside down. Should probably spin let me spin this around so we're looking at it the right way around. FSGT3CM Rev 1.6, and right here we got the brain of the whole operation, the STM32. These things are neat because everybody knows how to program them apparently, and so the users of this radio figured out how to get this thing to reflash. Now wait a minute, there are data lines coming from USB. Where do those go? What is that? That's probably a power supply, if I were to guess. Then we get the buzzer, the beeper, the ever-present beeper, and here's all the channels coming in with ferrites. Well, a lot of capacitors and resistors too. C1B is a resistor code. I don't know what specifically it is. We've got all kinds of stuff for the RF and probably the backlighting too. 2015. Oh, it's old. It's old. It's too old to be broadcasting on the internet. Here's the encoder wheel, the ever-confusing encoder wheel. Whenever I use that thing, I feel like I'm all left thumbs. Oh, a couple screws holding everything in too. So the STM32 over here will have certain pins that are supposed to be for programming. I think on the, oh, and there's an 18.4 megahertz crystal. So what pins are they using to program this? I know in the other versions of the radio, BT, huh? In the other versions of the radio, they actually have the pins called out. But we're not that lucky. We have to figure out where our pins are connecting. So let's take a look at the software that I'm going to be putting on this thing, and we can figure out what pins we need to hook up in order to program this. This is one of the best compiled, the best put together. Oh, wait a minute, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 pins. Okay, so apparently that's where I'm supposed to be hooking up. Well, that was easy. We need to figure out which ones they are. So let me pull up the GitHub page, and where, I guess I could take it off of the other computer. Well, actually, if I just type in GitHub, it'll probably pull up the page that I've been looking at for a while. Mutable dev, GT3B. There we go. So this is for a GT3B, but what's the difference? Wait, GT3B versus C. Central RC Musk. Hi all, what should I get? Upgrade to LiPo. All issues, GT3C, all issues have been resolved. Huh? Huh? On-off button for the GT3C is not great. The fact it comes with LiPo, GT3C lasts the longest on a full charge. I have to say neither of them for the fact that you don't get any sort of warranty. Oh, come on. These are toys. People are serious about their toys. Holy crap. Included LiPo makes it last longer. Some people have reported crosstalk when using the vicinity of other fly skies. I've not had that. Best for you. Issues have been solved from that. I guess they're the same. It's just one is an update. And they're not... There's power button issues on one. I bought it from HK. Okay, well, okay, cool. So with the ST link, we can put on GT3B from Semirad. This is just the most amazing piece of software, this project that I've seen, simply because they have a README internal. And the README internal gives us some amazing information that helps you get into the brain, get into the heart of this software project much, much faster. So what they have is they have, where is it? Where's my README? README.internal, right? README, the normal README tells you like the manual, you know, how to use everything. But this is an alternative firmware for model radio fly sky FSGT3B and C and clones. The software comes with absolutely no warranty. Programmed with using possibilities of hardware, using timers, interrupts, and cooperative multitasking. So it's simpler to program. It's written for Cosmic C compiler and will need changes to support other compilers. There are 2 interrupts. Look at this. 2 interrupts. They're just telling us exactly how they built this software. There's a PPM interrupt and a timer interrupt, and this is what each one does. So this is how they do task scheduling. And then there are 4 tasks: LCD, input, calculation, and then menu. And the menu. Here are all the files. Only last 3 files, menu service, menu key, menu mix, more menus counted as one, are used to implement what means what button and how it changes signal for servos. Other files are sort of libraries, or it can be viewed as a little operating system. And then compiling instructions. CD to the directory, set the variable tool set, run compile.bat, GT3B.S19 is newly compiled firmware ready to load onto the radio. So if you want to go in here, and edit stuff, you can. It turns out though that this firmware actually does have what I need. You can set up to 8 set points for the servos and jump between them. So we're going to try to get software onto this radio. I'm going to install, I guess first I'm going to install the wires so that we can hook it up to the STM link. Cosmic C compiler sounds kind of sus, doesn't I? Look, all we've done is use the mutable instruments dev environment. I could maybe throw these files onto that and use it, but we're gonna have to figure out how we do this. Unless, because we're using the same controller as the rest of this project, if there's a compiled.bat, but do we actually have the compiled S19 or whatever here? That's just the manual. Yeah, we have it right here. So this I can just grab. This is from 12 years ago. Holy crap. We'll download the raw file. That'll help us load it in with just the ST stuff. And I was considering, because the feature that I need in order to run the gyro properly for these radios, like it seems like I read through all the features of this stuff. This is like a very complicated software project, and it does a lot of really cool stuff with the radio that I don't want. I don't need any of that stuff. All I need is to exponential up the steering a little bit and the throttle so that I'm not going, you know, like a bat out of hell from just barely touching the thing. That's all I need. But then that channel 3 servo, I need to be able to adjust it easily, and I need to be able to activate it easily. Because sometimes I don't want the gyro. I just want to, you know, race around and have fun sliding around. But then if I want stability, if I want to get up to that top speed, I need the gyro to be very, very sensitive. So there is a dual rate button and a channel 3 set point button. But channel 3 doesn't need a set point because it's a switch. It goes from one thing to the other, and I need to just adjust that position. So what I can do is reassign the trim forward and backwards to set that second set point from 0 to well, from -99 to 100. So that'll give me that full range. And that's the only feature that I'm using out of this entire thing. All right, so let's find some wires. Do I already have something that has 4 wires? I do want to put like a circuit board in this thing. And we've got like a little opening right there. What does this have? And our 4 wires are just coming from here. We just need to route it all the way around and back and down and around. It's a long distance for the things to go, but I would like to be able to have this thing closed. It's too bad that the STM on this thing doesn't have like a bootloader on it, because I see data lines coming out of the USB. It would be cool if this could double as like a controller for games. I think some of the more expensive radios actually do that. Are these labeled on it? I don't think these are labeled at all. They might be labeled on the other side of the board. I'm not sure. We do have silk screens on this side though, and typically with stuff like this, you have one side for the silk screens. One side of the board is for the silk screens. Labels. All right, so I'm just looking at any alternatives that I could think of for a programming plug. Look, if I cut a hole here for 4 pins to stick out, because then it would be hidden away. I think it's better in the battery door. All right, so what can I get away with here? I could do like glue a circuit board basically directly into this, and then run the wire back this way and up. And I think that's what we're gonna do. So let's see here. First off, circuit board. Circuit board would be over here. This stuff. Although I could use those breakout boards. Actually, wait. Maybe help me use up some of these things. These are all completely, I mean, they're not useless, but they're not that useful either. So if I wanted to, I could use something like, where do those go? I had, yeah, like this. Nah, maybe that's not that useful. Why is this here? Here's my Raspberry Pi Picos. I always forget that I have those. I mean, there was a 4-pin one that was like right here. I don't know what happened to it. I got a board wedged in here. I can't get under it. Jeez. Like, Nah, that doesn't work. I can cut the top off of it and use some of it. I don't know if that's strictly necessary. What about this side of the thing? This has that little window in it. Oh, but that, wow, that takes up the whole thing, doesn't it? How does that work? Yeah, that entire area is taken up, and then there's an opening above it, but that doesn't really, I can't really get to that. So it's we gotta keep it within one of the shells. The display is inside the controller. What's the big stuff on the right? This is, yeah, the display is up here. And it's just one of those glass LCD panels that solders pins directly to the board. They have Wi-Fi versions of this? That's kind of cool. Why is everybody dancing? What do you have to dance about? I'm not doing anything dance-worthy. How dare you? Okay, let's just use the generic PCB material. And I think I want to have pins facing upwards in that little tray, because then I don't have to modify anything, and I can put a label on the top half that says what the 4 pins are, but we can have the 4 pins right here sticking upwards. That means that I just need a little piece of PCB and maybe some VHB tape. That seems to be the theme of this whole thing. Yeah, see, just like this. Just this there with 4 pins and then wires coming out of it. Perfect. Actually, if I use those 4 pads, well, those are offset from the... and that gives me 2 screw holes, actually. Let's do that. Yeah, that fits perfectly. Wait a second. Wait a second. This could be as easy as... simple as... and then I can use 2 little plastic screws if I can find something appropriate and small. Actually, no, I can't, because the plastic screws would go through the entire thing. All right, I need to take away this front piece, and I'll do that with a file. With a file. My ancient techniques here. These are the old school circuit board building techniques that nobody uses anymore, because you can just order circuit boards online. You can get them for days. $5 for 5 boards. What is going on? In this economy, can you believe it? How are electronics so cheap when the freaking celery has gone up 100% in price? The last bastion of not quite greedy corporations is the fact that we've gotten way too used to the cheapness of electronics because of the global scale of production. I know, it's automation. They basically just feed it into a computer that panelizes everything, and then it runs through a giant etching machine that is basically just FR4 goes in and circuit board comes out. There's also a Bluetooth version of this. It would be nice if this program had a computer configuration thing. It's on their to-do list, but who knows if they'll get around to it. Now, I could just hot glue the circuit board in. That would be the alternative to all this other stuff that I'm doing, is just to hot glue it in. That's probably the best idea, even though this thing has screw holes. Or just pressure fit. Can't quite do that. Yeah, just a little bit less on this end. Now, as for the labels, I don't know which pin of this is what, so we'll have to figure it out. Hot glue is not a crime. It is a hot crime, all right? We can try out the black hot glue that I bought. I hear it's not great, but it's better than the jizz-colored hot glue. A little bit less. Go from this side. There's still little bits of pins on it. For LED isolation? Huh. Yeah, I've been meaning to get that stuff for a while. It's just I never got around to it, and then I got the DeWalt battery compatible hot glue gun because I figured that would be fun. And I've got enough of those DeWalt batteries kicking around the shop that getting that wasn't a huge deal. But what? Am I totally crooked with this? How come there's more pin on one than the other? Weird. All right, let's see here. Oh, it's so close. It's like a millimeter. Let's put it in sideways. No, that's not. That ain't right. That ain't right. Oh, yeah, you can blot out LEDs with it. I mean, the clear hot glue should be good enough, too, if you want to actually keep the indicator. It won't light up a room anymore, and it'll light up all the hot glue. But yeah, I guess in terms of like, if you want to blot out an LED, that works pretty well. And then if you want to undo it, you just hit it with a a little touch of alcohol and it'll pop the hot glue off. It's not, I don't think hot glue is illegal. I think it's a wonderful tool when you have the right usage. Like if you have a wire that's rattling around inside of something, you just put a little dollop of hot glue on it and you're done. It's a good material. It's not a crutch. Although nowadays, all the Star Trek sets are all falling apart because they were constructed quickly with hot glue and plexiglass. So all the panels are falling apart and all the stuff. We don't get our historical TNG bridge. Come on, man. Still don't fit. It's like almost to the point where I can wedge it in, but... Oh, not for blocking them, for isolating them. So like in these routers, I guess what they've done is they've put the LEDs on the board, and then they put the holes for the LEDs above it, and they don't think to consider that every LED is a cone of light coming out of it. That always drives me crazy. You get one indicator that comes on, and then the two next to it are vaguely illuminated, and you're like, wait, what does that mean? The other way this won't fit is if the pin header goes over the line. Let's see what the line is here. I gotta get my pin header bin header right here. I guess I'll just do 4 pins, see how tall that is. 4 normal pins. That's more than 4, but that'll do. I also have super long pins, but I don't think I'm gonna need those. Let's just see how tall this is. We can always flatten the back of it. Although I actually do need that room for the connection to be made. So hot glue is looking better and better as a base for this. That's cutting it close. Wait a minute. Can we throw the pin header into this and have it still close? Come on, meet up. There we go. So 4 pins sticking straight up. I think this will still close. Wait, let me stick them straight up. Oh God, it's magnetic. Come on. I think if I flatten the back end a little bit, it'll fit. Yeah, that'll be pretty good. So does this fit yet? No. No, it does not. What the heck, man? I guess I'm going to take off a little bit of the front, because this side is not filing down for some reason. I've got a little bit of room before I hit the pin header, right? Yeah, that's the room that I need to take up. It's like a 3/4 of a millimeter. Come on, man. I mean, I could always use this. I feel like my file is getting dull. Yeah, this thing always cuts. And I can just wash it off. How much did the diamond wheel cost? I'm gonna have to get another one if I keep using it for dumb stuff like this. FR4 dust. Just take that all in, straight into your lungs. My precious lungs. All right, so like this, that would be here. That is a little bit close to the plastic, but maybe that'll help guide me. It'll help guide my pins to find their spot. Yeah, lungs are, you know, I got an extra one. I only use my right lung in order to breathe out stuff. Okay, so this totally fits now. So let's solder the header on there, and we'll see if it completely fits with the header on. That's the important part. Can you get away from a sanding implement battery? Jeez. Put this all the way over here where it can't harm anybody. This dusty thing. I'm gonna have to wash this off after today. I was using it for the 3D print and it didn't make that much dust, but FR4 is fiberglass and it loves to make a bunch of dust. And then in order to solder headers, if I'm soldering it just like it is, like a header onto a board, the problem with doing that is that you're going to overheat the pins and then they end up melting the plastic of the header. So what I do is I take a board. I take a solderless breadboard. This is a tool that you should have, especially with electronics, because it really helps. I mean, if you're just repairing stuff all the time, that's fine, but if you're going to be doing your own projects, it is a very good idea to start on something where you're not ruining all your parts. The boys at the lab back in the 1980s, when I was a tyke, would get mad at my mother for allowing me to build stuff in their shop, in their lab area, because I would just solder random stuff together. Apparently I used some not cheap parts at some point. And they got the big mad. Oh well. So doing this is how I can actually keep the board flat. I wonder if I can get away with putting another header in and then using that to prop this thing up. If I find like a little partial header, I don't think that gets to the top of where I need it to be. Yeah, that's not. I basically need another header that this thing can lean against. These are the super tall ones. Look at how long they are. Oh my God. So if it goes like this, then I can have the pins facing towards the, what do you call it? Facing towards the opening or whatever, towards the battery. Yeah, that's not going to work. Damn it. I made it exactly three things wide, so that's not going to work out. Let me see if I have anything else that I can possibly use to prop that up so that I can make it flat, because it's hard for me to hold on to that and solder it at the same time. I could always push down on it with a pin tool, I guess. But I might have a header here that doesn't have pins in some of the positions that I could use as just a little prop. A prop to prop it up. Prop, pop, 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 pop. You guys ever think I'll get a big raid ever again? I used to get lots of raids. I guess if I finish Burn the Subs, all these little streaming things that I talk about will come to fruition, and I'll have my time in the sun. I tried to make the other Burn the Subs popular. I tried to get them published and stuff, and nothing. Nobody was interested for some reason. I'm probably blacklisted from Hackaday. They're like, that motherfucker. Get him out of here. I don't ever want to see that name again. No, I left on good terms. I'm just going to ruin this one. And I could pull all three out of it, or I could just leave one of them in so that I can have it stick to the board. But yeah, these pin headers it's not hard to pull the pins out. That's only going to prop up one side. Well, maybe that'll make a difference. Or maybe this whole thing was a bad idea. Let's see. Oops, wrong one. That one. Nah, this isn't working. Probably do like this maybe, or like go over here. Yeah. Doesn't quite work. I mean, it does kinda. That does hold it in place, so we'll just anchor it with one soldered pin and then maneuver the board to be flat. How's that look? That's at a bit of a funky angle. bit of a funky angle, so I could just like put that there, put my fingernail on it, and then push it so that it's flat up against the pin header. Is that at a funky angle? Let's check. Pretty good. Okay, cool. Breadboards are so much fun. Yeah, they are. They are until you blow up all of your 3-volt microcontrollers by accident by giving them 12. Also, when you do stuff with like motors that require more than 1 amp connections, because the breadboard can only really handle 1 amp, and after that you start burning stuff up. Yeah. The blobs of solder. Blob. Okay, so what I'm going to use is wire wrap wire that has no insulation on it, and I'm just going to run. Oh, wait a minute, these don't go to the other side of the board. Hold on a minute. I screwed up. No, this is already cursed. We're not using this. I'm going to get a piece of just the holes. Damn it. So this is garbage. This goes in the garbage. Goodbye, garbage. Okay, where did that board go? Did I scoop it back up? I think I did. Yeah, I messed up the pads on the oh man, hello stuttering. The pads on that type of board don't go to the other side of the board. So I thought I would be able to be slick and have all the connections on the bottom, but no. Instead, I'm just going to take a cut of this, and it'll be what is it, 3 holes wide? How many holes wide do we need? 3 is the size. So let's do that. I'm going to cut this one here, just above where I cut the other one, and then take 3 holes and cut across the holes, and then trim. This is what I forgot to do with the other one, which is doing this little trim operation. That's why it took so long to file. I could probably use the Nipex to do that, but here we are. So this needs to be reduced with the file. I don't really want to use the diamond wheel again. That created too much dust. Even though this thing does create dust, it's not creating as much as that diamond wheel. I'm sure the diamond wheel smooths it out much faster, but I would rather have larger pieces that I can scoop away more easily. I feel like it's almost time for me to get a new file, though. This file might have run its course. So I just need to smooth up the ends here. A little angle on these. Okay. Yeah, that needs more. More. A little bit more. See if that fits. Oh, boy howdy, does it not. It's like one whole row of holes is not gonna fit. But if I do sand that down, I still won't fit. Ah, so it's less than 3. Well, I guess I'll take the more rough side, which is this one, and I'll cut that row of holes. So we get 2 rows of holes here, which is all I need. You can drill holes to the previous board and just put the iron stuff in the holes and join them from both sides. Yeah, that would be just a solder via. But I'm not going to do solder via. Solder via. Makes a rivet out of solder. But I'm not going to drill holes. Drilling holes, you guys know how bad I am with a drill. You've seen it. You know, and alternatively, I could probably use some of the other types of perf board, like the ones like this. Pause for dramatic effect. I'm going to use that. What was I thinking? It's because I bought a whole new kit of these perf boards. Perf boards are very useful for pretty much exactly this kind of project. You want something that's going to be temporarily permanent without having to order an entire circuit board. Then perf boards are for you. I'm going to put my hex wrench away. Well, I just saw how precariously on the edge that was. All right, let's see here. Man, I've spent so much money on cabinets in the past couple months. My buddy and I use those furniture straps, the ones where the strap goes under the thing you're lifting, and you just put the straps that are on your shoulders, like, I guess you put them onto one of the loops of the two straps, and two straps go under and to your buddy's shoulders, and then you just put your hands on the thing you're moving and stand up, and it just completely supports it on your shoulders. It's actually a really weird sensation to use those, because it's not hard to move a 350-pound safe with those straps on, but your legs suddenly are really tired. It's so weird, because you don't feel the weight. It's all on your body, and since I weigh a bunch, it's not a debilitating amount of weight. Of course, shared between two people, but still, it was a... And the problem that we ran into, the real big problem that we ran into, is going downstairs with something like that. It was too low to the ground, and I couldn't get footing, so I had to just, like, gird my loins and take the brunt of the weight and try to find the right stairs. Like, I couldn't breathe. It was pretty rough. Where did that piece of circuit board go? It, like, ran away. Over here, maybe. There was like a perfect chunk. Where did my chunk go? My chunk of circuit board. There it is. I got you. Okay, so that one looks a little roughed up in two places here. But I think we're... Well, actually... Yeah, this one is exactly 4 holes, so that's not the one that I wanted. There has to be a different one. There has to be a better way. I mean, I also had a furniture dolly. I would have preferred that we use that, because then all we have to do is maneuver the dolly from step to step until it's at the bottom of the stairs, and it's like having an entire American go down your stairs. I could actually use this, actually, because that has the 4 pads right there. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna use this. This is a breakout board for surface mount stuff. We don't need any surface mount electronics on this, but what this provides me with is 4 connections to 4 pads, and so that'll be perfect for this. The longer board would have taken up a little bit more space and probably had more stuff to attach with, but oh, where'd the board go? There it is. But this one is more suited to my purposes here. And it'll probably get hot glued in, because we have no sense of control over this project at all whatsoever. I need to reduce the amount of boards in here. This is ridiculous here. All of you are rejected. You're going to go into the long-term storage for when I run out of these boards. That'll still doesn't quite let it close. Jeez. All right, now four header pins. Header pins, where are you? I want to have just the most normal pins that I can. It would be nice if they were gold, but that's not a requirement. I've got a bunch of little pieces of headers in here. Everything comes with headers, so I might as well squirrel them away for something like this. And then I just need 4, so lop those off. Get this one back on the pile. Oh, this circuit board needs to go back into the circuit board. I've lost control of the project. It's run away from me. You go over here. Jeez. Now it close. No, it still doesn't close. There. Jeez. All right, back over here. Doing this again. We're not doing this yet. Not doing that yet. Oh, I need to actually get it to fit first. So I'm going to cut right... Actually, I'll use the Knipex for this. I'm going to cut right along that row of pads. And those will be my solder points for the wires. Okay, Knipex was not the right tool. I don't want to pop off one of the arms. I saw a post on Reddit the other day where all of the right-hand side cutting prongs were broken on this mechanic's 3 sets of Knipex. And it's like, dude, you are using them wrong. You are not supposed to put them under that much mechanical load. They're for cutting stuff flush, not as like a pair of pliers or whatever the hell you were doing with them. Okay, so now we have this little piece of circuit board. That's more my style. That's what I wanted. So does that fit right now? Almost. It just needs a little filing in order to get there. I need to bring out, or basically the pads need to be right up against the edge of the board, and then it'll fit. And this is thinner board, so it'll sand a little bit faster. It'll file a little bit faster. I don't know where I got all this filing from. In one of my jobs, they had a belt sander that they would use to clean up the board before building something on it. I have a belt sander, but it's in the other part of the basement. And it creates a lot of dust, too, so how's our print doing? Pretty good. We don't see those overhanging holes yet. Yeah, this is taking a very, very small amount of material each time I run it on the file. Now that will pressure fit, and that might actually be good for Bitcoin. If I can pressure fit it in, then I don't need to use glue on anything. Maybe we'll leave it at this length, and I'll run the wires this way, and so the wires will go over like that, and then down the bottom of this, and then up to, how do I get from here to there? I think I got to drill a hole in order to get into that chamber. All right, well, that's the next problem to solve. First, we do this one. We got plenty of problems to solve on this. Let's do this soldering. What did that, huh? Why didn't that plug in? What's going on here? I guess it goes into that one. Why doesn't it go into the adjacent one? There's something, oh, there we go. Funny angle, of course. Bonk. Get you guys over like this. There we are. Okay, I gotta... My desk is covered in crap. There's too much stuff. All right, so the way that I want it to face is with the pins up, and these will be against the wall. Yeah, that's proper. Proper. Okay, so we do that, and then I'll get that soldered, and that'll be my wonderful pad that I can solder the wires to. I got a twist in the iron cable. Damn it. All right. Visual asthma. How's it look from the side? Ah, I see. So why is that like that? Why are you like this? I guess I gotta push down on it a little bit. It's gonna be a hot fingernail for me. Like this header is taller. Yeah, that header's taller than the one I chose is a different different type of header, I guess. It's got just a different height in the plastic. So if I do this and then I try to push down here, I think that's going to droop. No, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, cool. So that, I guess maybe surface tension did it? I don't know. We're going to get rainy snow, and then it's going to rain next week too. So I'm not going to have any time outdoors to do the RC car. So I got to get this done today. Otherwise, I can't get you guys a video of this thing going full speed and how scary it is. Oops, I actually drag and drop my scenes all over the place. I should lock those. I haven't locked them in place. Okay, 4-pin header. So that's for the ST link. There's an in-out, ground, and a power. And so we're putting that into the base of the controller. Let me just unplug this whole thing so I'm not dragging everything around the desk. So I'm putting it in the side of the controller that already has all the wires in it. There's 4 pins up here for programming. And I guess, you know, what I could have done is put a header on those 4 pins and just done a cutout in the shell. And that way I would be able to plug something in at the very front of the controller. But because I am so extra, I need to put it down here in the battery door. You can install autopilot on it? What, on the radio or on the RC car? What do you mean? What are you looking at? You seem to have weird stuff that you've been looking at. Is that on the AR project you were talking about earlier? What wire am I going to use? Well, we'll figure that out in a minute. First of all... Oh, it's over here. Okay. I thought I lost this. You can have autopilot on the car? That's cute. That's cute. Cute, cute, cute. All right, so if I have this thing in here and I wedge it in properly with room for the holes at the bottom, there's one thin piece of plastic between this and the bottom. This barely fits. Hold on. I'll probably have to tape it in, actually. Okay, so let's sand off just that little bit of extra. I'll just see if it fits in that spot. Yeah, I want that little bit of standoff so I can get to the pins. So is this putting a camera on the car with like a Raspberry Pi? Because that's kind of neato. Because the Mario Kart home circuit augmented reality was really, really cool. Like you can race around in the grocery store and you're just this little Mario Kart with these giant people walking around. And since the camera's low to the ground, that was the wrong bin. Since the camera's low to the ground, you get an incredible sense of speed. And it's a game, so you get upgrades to the car, and then the car goes slightly faster, and you probably get worse battery life. But I wanted to turbo cheat. I wanted to be able to have a frickin' racing speed camera on there. There are, for the 1/24th scale, you can find like camera mounts and stuff too. I have the one that Louis suggested. It was a basic composite video camera. And I actually do have FPV goggles, and from my friend's old drone, I have a little camera set up. It's all 5 point whatever gigahertz, and I could rebroadcast the feed from that and stream it if I wanted to. Okay, so that's like super duper wedged in there, right? So if I take the battery door and I try to close this thing, will it close? The 4 pins right there. Battery door here. Bada bing. So yeah, that'll be our hidden reflashing setup right there. It's just this thing wedged into the corner like that. Now we need to add wires to it, and I need to get the wires all the way up the receiver handle without interfering with the battery. So the battery, I guess it's not really going to go to anything because it goes to here. Goes in like that. It's pretty tight in this area. There's not a lot of room for us to operate, but we can sneak a wire down this way. And I guess what I can do is I can just pop up into that chamber. So we just need to drill one little hole right there. And we have just the tool for it. Where did that thing go? Where did I put it? I put it in like the sub-basement. There it is. Wait, I don't have the batteries. Wait, there are the double A's right over here. Okay. This thing is so stupid. This is the Tamiya drill. If you're doing Tamiya models and you need to drill something, this is perfect for it, but it's a terrible drill. It's really not a good drill. A lockdown button. Because being Tamiya, they insist on using their motor to do it. And I don't know where the drill bit that came with it went. I hope it didn't get reintegrated into my into my regular drill bits, because it was a really bad drill bit. It was for plastic drilling. I don't know if it was cut for plastic. I think it might have been. Might have been. I think this is the drill bit. It's very shiny. compared to my other drill bits. You have a pen looking one from AliExpress. See, actually the better drill is this thing. This is just a DeWalt screwdriver, right? Hollow got this for me, as well as this and the router that we need to put together. But this thing is actually better. It's just as fast as this thing, and it'll drill better. So this is typically what I'd use, but because we're working on an RC car, I'm going to use the Tamiya drill just for the memes. Just for the memes. Why'd you do it? For the memes. Oh wait, I forgot to rack the slide. Okay. Let's do this. So I'm going to put a conspicuous hole just right here. Yeah, I think this drill bit is cut for plastic, so I'm going to keep that drill bit on this drill. And that is a very small hole. I don't know if that's quite good. I'll do another hole next to it, and then I'll just use a knife to make a big hole out of the two. I'll make an oval. There you go. So 2 holes right next to each other. Hard to see, hard to see. And then I'm just going to take a blade, a scalpel blade actually. And actually when I store this, when I put this away, even though technically the way that this is working is it's pulling 2 contacts apart, I don't trust that. So what I'm going to do is take out the batteries so that they don't grease up my battery door. Even for this drill, I'm going to follow protocol, even though it doesn't deserve it. It'll probably sit in that bin for a long time, so I want to make sure that I'm taking care of it. All right, so I'm just going to take the blade and just cut the plastic in between the 2 holes. And that will leave me with a slot. Actually use the taper of the blade and just go like that. Push it forward, and then the taper of the blade makes your cut. Oh man, now I have the Faith of the Heart Star Trek song stuck in my head. I don't even like that song. I guess that's what happens when I play the music that's stuck in my head as a stream intro. It gets unstuck because I finally scratched the itch of listening to it. So that hole is just an area that I cannot film. I cannot film this. It is impossible. Man, okay, maybe I could do this. Here, get this way down low, and focus way in. Into macro mode. Wait, that was the wrong direction. There we go. There it is. So yeah, all 2 holes that are just sort of on the same plane, and then just shoving the knife into it so that the taper of the knife would slice off the what is it, the pointed edges, and so that gives me a wiring hole. So we're going to go from here, and I'm going to do, I mean, you know, we could be fancy. I could do another wire hole right here and just go down and around, but there is just a little bit of space here that we can use. Now, how much of that is going to be taken up by the battery door is my next question. Battery door has multiple catches in here. It looks like it is not going to be taken up by that, so we can run the wire along there. Although that will mean that the wire could potentially pop out, so maybe I should do the little home improvement thing and drill through both of these, and then those can be tie downs for my wire if I can get to there. Let's get the drill and put the batteries back in. A little dinky little hobby drill. It is actually kind of funny having something like this to use for these kinds of things, because I don't know, not everything needs a drill press or a massive DeWalt battery drill. I don't need to use 20-volt max power. A couple of double A's and a devil-may-care attitude. I can't even get to this one to drill through. Go from this end like that. I think that'll do. I just don't want to. I don't want to mar up my battery door at the same time. Need one of those right angle drills. Damn it. There we go. Oops, I nicked it. Try to clean it up and make it usable. Whoa. I don't think 4 wires are going to fit through there, though. Well, if I use wire wrap wires, I guess that'll do. So we'll use wire wrap wires for this, even though it's not advised. And then the hole that I made into a slot was totally unnecessary. There. Just as good as home improvement would. A handy-looking drill. It's like I said before, this is the one that Mahalo sent in, and it is a dinky little drill. It is really not that great. But if you have to drill plastic, I guess it comes with a bit that's sharpened for plastic, and it uses 2 AA's, and it uses them very, very quickly. The motor that I have in here is one of the plasma, not the plasma, but it's like a super dash or whatever kind of, it's a dash motor from Tamiya. So this thing is eating the batteries. I mean, if I use this for an extended amount of time, you'd see a lot of heat. So that's the modification that I made to it. But I don't know, it's a neat little drill if you have to do a couple tiny little holes into plastic. I don't know if I'd use it to do the stuff that I drill for 3D printing though, because drilling through a bunch of PETG is kind of tough. It's got a nice feeling trigger, but there's only one speed. Don't be fooled. This thing is a toy. I should probably build the router one with my nephew, because that's the level of build that it is. It's like you know, like a 10-year-old would love it. You gotta rack the slide though. Make sure it's unloaded. All right. It'd be great if the batteries came in from the bottom, like a magazine. But yeah, it's a toy, and if you have to drill through plastic, then that's what you should be using on something like we just did. You know, the little silly little modifications to plastic are probably that thing's bread and butter. But I'm not going to be drilling aluminum with that thing. I get out the big guns for that. And then I guess I need one more, actually. I need one through the bottom of this. I don't know if I can manage that. Let's see. One more, hold on. Use lock and load. Yep, see what I mean? All right, there's our path. We've got a couple holes that the wires can go through. They're not at the very bottom of it, but it'll keep the wires from rattling around. Yes, I did. I actually got a set of 2. So there's this one, and then I've also got a slightly larger one for cheap enough. It was just an Amazon search for, oh God, I forget. It's like a hex shuck, whatever. You need multiple pieces of terminology in order to do it. But yeah, now I have a shuck for this, and this drill's a lot better than this thing. I would use this, but this is funny. So if I'm doing a serious project, I'll pull out the actual screwdriver. But these two work pretty much just the same. It would be for doing just silly little drill operations. Get all the batteries out of this thing. All right. What? There you go. All right, and then you got to check it. Okay, it's clear. That goes in the back of the cabinet. Okay, so now we have a path for our wires, and we're going to do wire wrap wires, and I guess that way they can have color codes to them. I actually have a 90-degree thing for my hand drill. I don't know where that got to. I think I might have gotten rid of it. I needed it to work on my VW because there was a certain space that I wanted to drill that didn't have enough room. So, power wires. What's the distance going to be? It actually has to go quite far. Well, better longer than shorter, so we'll take that much. That is a lot. Yeah, this is just made out of maker beam. I need to work on it a little bit. I need to make 4 little things that go in here that have eyelets on them so that these don't unspool. Nothing is ever quite finished. All right, do we stick with USB parlance and do, well, I don't have green. I need to get some green. Blue and white, because they're easy to differentiate from one another. And the yellow wire wrap wire, for some reason, has a different jacketing material. And then this one. Well, it has a long cable. Let's twist these in order to keep them all together. I should be using the hand drill for this. Actually, it needs to be more twisted than it is. Okay, hold on. What this will do is allow all of the wires to interfere with one another as they go down this long transmission line in parallel. I don't think they use differential signals on the ST link, but we might have to lower the programming speed if it's going to go through this much wire. But I wanted to have it in a silly place. I like modifying stuff like this. This is fun to do. Everybody should modify their products just a little bit. And what this will do is in the future, I will be able to reprogram this thing without too much trouble. Even though it, taking it apart was not that much trouble, to be honest. And there's enough room for that pin header inside of the chamber. So, really, I could skip all this, remove this circuit board, solder a header directly into here, and then, I could cut a hole in the plastic if I really wanted to, or just leave it and then only, pull it apart this far when I want to modify it. But instead, I'm going to run a little programming header in the battery door because I'm a fancy boy and I need fancy boy things to make me feel good. Fancy, fancy. Come on, let's go. Here we go. Why do I hear, oh, there's a bubble in the cooling system, huh? Hate when that happens. I got a bubble that's causing there to be scraping noises in the stream reservoir, and I guess when I'm streaming, the computer's being utilized just a little bit more, so it's moving a bit more water. I think I programmed it to do that. I don't know. My desktop does that, and for some reason, I don't know if it's like the Lord's share. You know what they have when you brew or when you're aging whiskey, like a little bit just like goes away. That seems to be happening with my water in the gaming PC, and I don't know if one person told me about the time that they had a hole in the radiator that was bleeding out little bits of water, but they didn't notice because it was in the radiator and it would evaporate very quickly. I don't think that's what I have. I don't think that's what's going on, but in 2 or 3 days, I end up having to put more water into the. I know my components are actually drinking, unbeknownst to me. I don't know. I just keep having to put water into the damn thing. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes I get away with a little longer than that, but if I tilt the PC, a certain amount of air comes back in. I don't want kidney stones. I almost want it to plug itself up with a kidney stone. But I don't know where that water's going. There's no drips coming from the thing. I should pour Monster energy drink into my cooling system. Then it would have kidney stones. I should do glow-in-the-dark dye. I've wanted to do that, actually. Yeah, and I bought like a good UV light, like one that has a filter on the UV instead of just a UV LED, because UV LED bleeds, and it's not exactly ultraviolet. How do I get this in there? No, alcohol makes the acrylic brittle, actually. So I can't do pure alcohol. I mean, if I mix a little alcohol into it, but I just don't know what it is. It's generating bubbles for some reason. It's hard to see. It's hard to stream this because it's a black plastic. If I just put radiator coolant in there, like antifreeze, or the stuff that like supposedly seals leaks, and then I'll have this weird gummy BS that I have to deal with. I should probably tape these so I can feed them through that better. Now we'll see how far we get without tape. It's only 3 holes. And 4 wires. Full copper with soldered parts. No, because copper is too reactive. I mean, if it was copper and like chrome, that would be fine. Copper and nickel would be probably okay, although it would probably want to coat. I do like those PCs that do copper piping that's soldered in, and then it's got like wood furniture on everything. Everything is wooden and copper. That looks really good. That's a really hot look. I like that look. That's something that EKWB is doing, I guess, in their present stylings. These are like irresponsibly long. What's going on with these? Where is this one? There it is. Yeah, it's like I have to feed them through individually. Can you guys even see what I'm doing? Oh, come on. You're home. What's going on here? Like the blue wire just refuses to go through the opening. There we go. Nope, it still refuses. Stop fighting me. Damn it. So we've got counterfeit Ozempic hitting the market because everybody wanted to get their weight loss, their magical weight loss drugs so bad, and people started faking it. But instead of just like selling you saline solution, it seems like it may still be the semaglutide, whatever that drug is called. I actually take Jardiance, but the somebody took counterfeit stuff and they passed out of hypoglycemia like a couple minutes, like 20 minutes later, which is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I don't know why their kidneys didn't pick up the slack on that one, but or sorry, their liver didn't pick up the slack. That's sorry, wrong mechanism. Need the pen tool. Need to turn this around the corner. You know, a lot of people are using that stuff and losing weight. I don't think I'm allowed to take it as a type 1. I did actually ask my endocrinologist about it, and he was like, no. I was like, all right, whatever. All right, whatever. It's fine. Oh, yeah, the Ozempic commercials are like mostly about weight loss. It's crazy. Like, yeah, just take this irresponsibly, everybody. We don't care about type 2 diabetics anymore. Just fucking take our drug. Do it. Do it, you coward. Why am I feeding it through this way? I have to feed almost the whole wire through like this now. That was dumb. I should have done it the other direction. Well, dumb never stopped us before, so. The thing is, it may cause weight loss. You need to actually do dietary stuff in order for it to give you, in order to lose weight on it. It's not just a magical, I need to feed this from the other direction, actually. This is too difficult. I made a mistake. Mesquite wood. That's a very specific wood. I'm going the wrong way. I went the wrong way. This is dumb. Dumb. Let's get this back and let's feed it through the other direction. God. What is it like being this stupid, bother? Let's see if the other end is a little easier to feed. Oh, really? That's weird. I'm getting spoiled by how tight this wrap is. I need to do it for the rest of it. Okay, I'm still doing this. Tightening up the weave. This is actually hurting my wrist quite a bit, or hurting my thumb muscle. After moving the safe yesterday, I finally got a gun safe, and it has a good lock and a good code on it so that I can put all that stuff in one place and it's not in 5 different places in the house. It's a little peace of mind. Gotta keep it safe. In a safe. Inner space. If only there was a tool for braiding wire. Yeah, if only I had a tool out that would spin something with a little bit of torque. Shame though, nothing like that exists. And I wasn't just holding it. Okay, hold on. Ooh. What does it look like? It's, I've had, for some reason recently, I've had big lactic acid buildup. I haven't been able to like stretch and not have my back cramp in some way. I don't know what it is. I think maybe I need to just get on top of diabetes a little bit stronger. That's what happens. You know, we're prone to cramps. Build up of lactic acid. Am I at the end of this cable yet? No. There's a lot of this. Only got a little bit to go. Tighter weave, tighter weave. Look at that weave. Almost. It's breaking down at the end here. It's getting inconsistent. No, why would I keep a cube of sugar with me? That's racist. That's racist towards diabetics. Which is not a thing you can be. But no, you don't carry on sugar cubes. There are glucose tablets, chalky, disgusting things that they are. They're orange flavored. Actually, you can get other flavors too. Carrying around a sugar cube would be gross. Burnt cotton candy? What? That's a weird smell for the city. The only real smells that you get in Philly is when you go by the SEPTA gratings, the ones that are like outgassing, and then you get that like, I don't know, a steam smell. It's like a specific kind of steam smell that you get from the SEPTA. No, that's not, is it? Those are SEPTA. No, SEPTA, Southeastern Pennsylvania Transit Authority. So I think those are still SEPTA. What are we calling those these days? Because I know the line that I would take was renamed to the Paoli-Thorndale line instead of the R5. So if somebody calls it R5, they are an old school Philly person apparently. Why does that car smell like a skunk? Weird. That guy's room smells like he's got a skunk in there. What's going on? I'm gonna call animal control. Okay, let's feed this from the appropriate end now. Now, this little slot that I made down here, that's kind of tough to reach. That's gonna be the hardest part of this. I think I can fit my pin tool in this. I can fit my pin tool in it. So maybe that I can use to grab the wire and move it. Okay, my pin tool is stuck. Damn it. Curse you. So if I put a bend to the end of this thing, maybe that'll help me get to it. Just want to poke the end out. Just a little doodly-doo. There it is. Sweet. Now, pulling the other two wires is going to be difficult. This is why you... Well, actually, let's do this. Having them all at different lengths would be the way to do this if all the holes were flat, but I need them all to be the same length so that I can get them all to go through that hole at the same time. But it's going to be frustrating. And the way you would do it if you were like an electrician is you'd wrap tape around the end, and you'd be pulling all four as one. But if I get lucky here, these will all poke through. I did not get lucky. Maybe I did. Wait a minute. There we go. Sweet. There it is. Yeah, fish tape. Fish tape indeed. Yeah, fish tape is where you have like a band of metal that you can fish around stuff, and then you tape your wires to the end, the little nubbin on the end, and then you pull it all through. Super glue it. I've never thought about doing that. That's an interesting one. If you're just going to be cutting the end, that's a good idea. That's one that I'll have to keep in my back pocket. Now I have that Ozempic commercial stuck in my head. That's all you get these days on the big channels. I saw a commercial the other day for like leaf blowers and stuff. It was like a wood chipper and a leaf blower from some company, and I'm like, yes, more ads for stuff that isn't prescription. And gambling, apparently, because Pennsylvania for some reason is just fucking, I don't know, backpedaling on laws. That I guess the government wanted more money, so they allowed gambling in the state, which is utter insanity. And so now all of the commercials are now gambling apps for your phone, which, oh my god. You know, they show people like winning, and they show people being responsible and stuff, but you know that somebody has 7,000 hours and they wake up and they just go on the gambling app and they stay on it. Like, I can think of nothing worse for a gambling addiction than to have it on the little computer that you keep in your pocket 24/7. Gambling and prescription ads, yeah. It's a blight, because you're watching the same content over and over again. I've had to spend more time with the regular TV than I typically would. I typically would not touch regular TV because it is toxic. But since getting the dog, I'm hanging out upstairs a lot more instead of working on projects. I've actually been able to touch grass, believe it or not. Did you guys know that you could just go out there and touch grass right now? I didn't. I had no idea, but I learned. Anyway, aside from the scariness of touching grass, I've been around the roommates and regular TV a lot more, which is not necessarily something that I want to do, but I got to hang out with my dog. So I've been exposed against my will to all of these fucking ads. It's so bad out there. I don't know what the hell's happened. I guess it's just where the money is. You know, like Twitch had a semi-relevant ad for me at one point. There was an ad for 3D printers, whatever it is, 3D printer filament. I was like, whoa, an actual relevant ad. Huh, that's actually we cut way more than we needed. This is a lot longer than I thought it would be. Yeah, but then you switch to another channel and it's got like similar ads. Ads. Do I want to be nice and put a connector on this thing? Should I be nice and put a connector on this thing and then it can unplug from the rest of the board? No, I think I'm just going to solder it directly. I should put a plug on it, but I'm not nice. So it's nice that they had this thing able to completely unplug, though. That's good for working on it. But I think this is the only modification I'm really ever going to do to this thing. So let's get the bottom of this thing done. before I make a decision on whether or not to put a plug on it. Let's get a little bit of slack here so I can properly expose these wires. I use the fingernail wire stripper. I'm going to pre-tin the ends of the wires and then solder them down. So ground, signal, signal, power. We'll do a USB style kind of thing. And I need something to hold on to the board. Yeah, I'm basically pushing that. I'm kicking the can down the road on this one. Now I got to solder them from the header side because they need to go down in the middle of the board. So let's get all this pre-tinned. What did I miss? YouTube, I got like 90% Bamboo Labs 3D printer ads. Yeah, exactly. Those are somewhat tolerable. How are the gambling apps legal? If you talk to like a psychologist, they would be like, this is the worst thing ever. Just one, just talk to one. But the states like have dollar signs in their eyes, and they want to get all that taxed gambling revenue, so they can lower teacher salaries. Looking into the proper crimping tools for a really common connector, the JST XH. That's what I use. Learned that the cheapest one is $500. All right, so JST XRs and XHs, you got to get something like this. This one is the PA09, made in, I think they're made in Japan, but these are very frustrating. Yeah, the engineer crimpers, engineer PA09s. For JSTs, you're using almost exclusively the 1.0 crimper on them. 1.4 maybe if your wires are thick, but the 1.0 crimper you got to be careful with because this will hold on to the crimp. If the crimp is a little bigger than the die or whatever, the opening that it's supposed to be crimping to, and so you've got to kind of work it from both sides in order to pop it off after that. It is very finicky, very small, very fiddly, but you can make some just breathtaking wiring harnesses with that. I always like to crimp my own wiring harness stuff because it just does such a better job of running wires around. But that is what I use for JST, XR, and I think XHs. I have 3D models of those connectors, so when I build something, I'll include those in the, the 3D model will have all the right stuff. That's what I'm trying to say. Actually, I think I need to have these at different lengths so that they fall into line properly, because if I do them directly fanned out from this thing, ground should probably be on the other side too. Well, if I do them vertically, I guess I can just knock it to the side. These should not flex though, because these are not, first of all, they're not in something that crimps them properly, but also if these flex, then they break very easily because these are wire wrapping wires. These are solid core. They kick it hardcore. I wonder if I should do it from behind. Yeah, I actually have plenty of room to do this from behind, so I'm going to do this from behind. Don't get any ideas. That way we can pack the mess behind it and we don't have to worry about it. And with just pressure of plastic against plastic, this should fit into that area and be good. Although what we don't get is the visual confirmation of what pin is which is what, and what is who, and we know what is what, but we don't know what is what. We just strut. What the fuck? So I want ground to be kind of the de facto bottom pin. Oh, God, I need the microscope for this. I need the microscope. I need my microscope. Where's my microscope? I got to make a little bit of room if we're going to put this under the microscope. So let's put this away. YouTube and all of my... How many YouTube viewers do I have? Because I got a nice amount of people on Twitch. 2! Yes! I'm taking YouTube by storm. I've gotten some very positive comments on YouTube, though. People are super nice over there. And they love the RC car project. That's a little bit of why I'm bringing this up to speed here, is because first off, I've discovered, after doing the radio wiring, that this thing is ridiculously fast. It's shocking, and that's actually rekindled my enjoyment of working on this project. And I got it from the YouTube uploads, from the VOD uploads rather, which I need to label VOD. I need to make a title card for those that I can throw into GIMP and put a picture from the stream behind it. But anyway, YouTube stinks. No, YouTube's fine. There's so much better discoverability on YouTube. I've gotten a couple new viewers out of it. A couple new viewers for a channel my size is a big deal. That's a big deal. For a channel that's smaller than me, new viewers is like monumental. It's amazing. But for my channel, it's still a big deal. Each individual that I get watching me on the regular or even on the irregular is just it's a blessing. So if I get this and I flip it that way with the wire coming out the bottom, then ground is going to be, well, ground should be at the bottom, so this should be like this. Oh no, but I want the pins to be on this side, so it'd fit in like this. I'll just solder it like this too. I need more slack. It's harder to retain a community on Twitch, but it's easier to find content and people who enjoy your content on YouTube. This is a little awkward. Oh, we'll just do it. So that fits in. So that, wait, hold on. It's like this. No, but this, wait, this is on the outside like there. So then this one is ground. So yeah, like this. I guess I didn't need the microscope. I just needed to clean up a little bit. Microscope's always nice because you can see exactly what's happening. I don't know how many pixels you guys are watching me on, but I just got to make sure these are a little bit separated. Just grab them with tweezers. Now, hot gluing this would actually be preferable because that would provide me with strain relief on the wires. But I won't glue it right yet. I won't glue it yet because I may have to peek in on it and see which wire's which. I might forget. Why did I just clean the tip of my... I just dumped the tip of my tweezers. What about Pixel 8? Oh, you're watching me on a Pixel 8. That thing is a lot of pixels. For something of its namesake. That's like watching me on a 4K display, only it's so small that you're still not going to be able to see. And the feed is all, you know, the feed's 1080p, so I'm not able to give you that much. Although I might for YouTube, but for Twitch it's fairly limited. I'm limited by the technology of my time. Tony, I'm limited by the stupidity of my time. Look at that. Actually, it's not all the way down. That won't fit. That doesn't fit. Now, does that fit in with the battery door? We need to discover whether or not we've actually succeeded in my sneaky little programming setup. I might want to like tape this down so it stays in this half. These wires are not stranded, so they're a little bit more stiff than one would expect. Here, I can sneak it under this one, and then that'll hold it in place. There we go. Perfect. Okay. This thing on here. I like stuff like this, when you have something like a hobby radio that's extremely easy to modify. Why are you guys looking at me like that? I hit the wrong button. You have a hobby radio that's extremely easy to modify, and they've just got programming pins on it, and it's using an STM. It's almost inviting you to do modifications to it. I like stuff like that. Bonk. Shit. We got bonked. All right, let's pull this thing out, and then I'm going to flush cut the back end of the pins, and then it'll fit in a little bit more. I think the wire might be... No, that's actually... Did that even fit before? That didn't fit before, and we didn't catch that. Currently watching on a 4K display. Please don't waste your 4K display on my stream. I'm not worth it. I'm not worth it. I beg for your mercy. Put me on a blurry 1080p screen. Try not to cut the wire when I do this. I can barely see what I'm doing. There we go. That'll fit more flush in there. We're just using pressure to hold it in, so. Are you sure you want to use them this way? Use what? The Nipex? That's exactly what they're for. I was saying earlier, I saw a post on Reddit where the mechanic had destroyed the right hand. Oh, it was OLED TV. Okay, he destroyed the right hand like snipping arm of 4 pairs of Nipex. It might have been 3. It might have been 3 pairs of Nipex. Can you imagine? 3 pairs of Nipex, and you just eliminate them like that. Well, he said 4K, not OLED, but you know, whatever. Who cares anymore about terminology? So with slack, I guess we're just going to give it, I'll give it a little bit of extra just because there's space in here, and that shouldn't fall into the any of the mechanism. This is a pretty cheap radio. I mean, this isn't a very fancy setup. Is that a temperature camera? Yeah, this is a Pure Thermal 2. No, it's not a Pure Thermal 2. It's a Lepton 3.1 thermal sensor, which those are coming down in price quite a bit. You can put them in a lot of really weird stuff these days. I'm surprised we don't have a community that's making like thermally guided model rockets at this point. But yeah, it's a Lepton. You can tell by that color palette. That color palette on the Lepton is actually copyrighted by them. If you display thermals as a function of purples, oranges, reds, and yellows in the manner that they have here, they can take you to court. So, but anyway, oh yeah, it would be totally illegal to do that, but I mean, rocket guidance systems and accelerometers and servos, like that stuff has been around for a long time. Actually, one of the Estes model rocket guides that I got a long time ago, they very strongly advised against putting any kind of a servo on your rocket's fins for the simple reason that it is extremely illegal. And, you know, even GPS shuts down at a certain speed because of ITAR. Imagine being able to copyright colors. Color palette. I guess it's a little bit more copyrightable if it's a color palette. The blue piece with the 3 dots. What are we talking about? Blue piece with the 3 dots. On which camera are we talking about? We did actually print out the casing for the Pure thermal webcam. It's something from GroupGets. They make a very small webcam module, which is perfect for me because I'm using webcams here. I mean, I should be using something from Blackmagic, and it should be a super powerful 4K HDMI ultimate whatever 200-degree camera. I should be using super duper ultra professional streaming gear. Logitech cameras are actually pretty good if you tune them.
You need to tune the Logitech webcam, and then you get nice color gradients and your temperatures are all nice and everything. And so I actually automated all that tuning by using a Stream Deck and Node-RED. Oh, the blue piece, I didn't do anything with it, no. We have a print of the fan holder, and I actually had to modify it. And actually, it's quiet over there. That thing's probably done printing. It is. So did our little standoffs work? I mean, on the iPhone, but I'm streaming, so I need to have a bunch of... the face cam is a Logitech 910 or something like that. Just that run-of-the-mill Logitech that's gone way down in price after the pandemic. Those things were expensive for a little bit. Yeah, I didn't do anything with that piece. I should, because there's a lot of cable coming out of the fan, but we'll get back to the fan at some point, because I don't want to do multiple projects in one stream. It's easier for me to kind of like file everything away into its proper bin. These actually printed really well. I have playlists on the YouTube channel that I want to kind of keep organized. It didn't do a great job, but it did eventually get its shit together, which is nice. And that's really all I need from this, is just a solid column of plastic that I can bolt down. So, you know, standoffs would have been nice, but it would have ruined the finish for the rest of it. And once I get the fan working, maybe I'll be able to do that kind of geometry without it being painful. You can use any sensor in the world. I mean, you know. Yeah, I think that's isn't that like the next generation of night vision, is just using regular old camera sensors that happen to function at very, very low light, so that you can even get color out of your thermal imaging. Sorry, not thermal imaging. Your night vision is just like looking at like a regular camera, and then you can just shine infrared on something to get all that extra data. But you don't even need an infrared illuminator, because your camera could just see like it's daytime. We pulled up a video on that one time. It was pretty cool. And then if you can get that system to be small enough, it can be much, much less weight. Because currently what you have is you have an actual vacuum tube type thing. It's an optical tube. What it has is slats that are organized sideways, so that when light comes in, it bounces back and forth on a phosphor plate that's exposed to high voltage, and those photons will trigger more photons, will trigger more photons, will trigger more photons, until finally out of the end objective you get a green sparkly image. It's one thing that a lot of games don't get right. Night vision isn't just everything is green. Night vision is green with artifacts, because that phosphor is getting triggered differently. Image sensor pixel size also matters, because so much light can be absorbed depending on the size. Larger pixel, more light absorbed. Yeah, I don't know, but the night vision thing that I saw, it was like, I don't know if it was 4K, because I wasn't viewing it on a 4K monitor, but it looked like it had a pretty nice resolution. The camera was big, though. It was a big camera. So I would imagine if they were able to scale that down to webcam size, that would be a significant advantage over night vision, because night vision is heavy. It's a lot of weight to put on your neck. And you could probably create a much better... you know, with something like the size of the pure thermal module, and then one of those super sensitive sensors that also would be able to scale itself to regular vision, and some kind of a, because one of the other all new rages in like the 2010s for night vision was to do edge finding on the image that you get. So if you do edge finding, you can outline things that are less visible to the soldier. It's crazy. You can do navigation, you can do all kinds of overlay stuff. That's really where it's at. I'll be interested to see if anything comes out of that in the near future. Although it is military technology, so it needs to be super duper robust and cheap. White phosphor night vision. I have a friend who has those. It's okay. It's pretty nice. The big thing about it is that you can do the brightness, and ones that another friend of mine have, you can't do the brightness, so it gets tiring after a while. Of course, all these optical image tube things are like thousands of dollars each. There's no way that I have anything like that. We've worked on some stuff here. I do have one night vision tube that I would like to turn into something, but it's a much larger one. It's for like a totally different system. and it doesn't have the fiber optic twist. You know, because the fiber optics grab the photons and then twist them. No, what the fiber optic twist is coherent fibers so that you can get an image through the fiber optics, but then you twist it 180 degrees, and that way you don't need a long tube in order for the image to be flipped around after the objective. Optics is neat. Now that I have a 3D printer, I should be able to do all kinds of optics stuff. All right, what pin is what on this thing? We got to figure that out. Why am I shaking so much? I'm all shaky. It's from moving that safe yesterday. I think my muscles are tired. Or no, it was from twisting the wire. I tired out my thumb muscle. I guess that makes me a little shaky. Weird. $14,000 for binocular NVG stuff. Listen, I did do that, and maybe I'm in violation of ITAR, but I covered up the serial numbers. We had a one of these super light, super leggera 3D printed what is it, dual optics things. I used to work near the night vision lab at my old workplace, so I would always pop in and poke around with those guys. All right, let's see here. And I used to like look this stuff up because I had that one imager, the one piece, and I wanted to like make it into something. So I tried calling the company in order to get one of those fiber optic twists, and they were all like, "Where did you get that thing?" I was like, "What?" Here, let me see. It was because the one that I have was from like a research project like a long time ago. Let's see if we can find that fiber optic twist. Twist, fiber optic, image inverter faceplate. The problem is, I think $73. I think I bought some of these from this, yeah, from this like years ago, and they're small. They're smaller than the tube that I have. But yeah, these are cool because like, look at that. You can get coherent. It's just a way of making a tougher, more compact lens system. Twist type fiber optic image inverter faceplate. Oh, that looks like the same thing, but inside of a little ring. That might actually fit into the thing that I have. $35 because they're in terrible shape. Oh, I can also get Doom 3 VR edition. Okay, let's close that. Maybe enough of that. Fun thing is all the civilians sold stuff is stuff too defective to sell to police, which is too defective to sell to the military. Yeah, there's certain serial numbers that you can look for that have higher quality imaging. But yeah, all our consumer stuff is limited, like the thermals are limited to 640 by 480. There are some foreign producers of thermal imagers now where you can get much higher resolution for a similar price. And I should probably look into that because that would be nice to have higher resolution. But we're limited in our resolution, we're limited in our frame rates because the military does not want you getting that technology. For a while, our whole shtick was that we could operate totally cromulently in no light. And that was like a super advantage for us. We got 2 signals, and then we got a ground and probably a power, but we need to verify what they are. Do we have any information about what pins are what, so that we know what is what? We just strut. I hope these 2 use the same microcontroller, because if I'm taking their GT3B, we might have some trouble. But from what I heard, okay, let's see. What is the GT3B STM32? See if we can find a picture of the circuit board and what. See, that's GT3C. That's GT3B. Oh, here we got our. Really, it's 5 volts. Swim ground reset. Okay. So now I need to make a label so that I'm able to plug this thing in properly. And then we can put the radio back together. Now that I know the identity of these pins. The big question for me is, are these the same microcontroller? If they're not, then I'm going to have to compile tech thread. I don't know if they're different. I think the C is just an update to some of the hardware. I'm guessing about that, actually, if I'm honest. But all we have is this YouTube videos thing. Well, I guess we could just go for it. You're such a, you need to calm down with the expensive gear. You're looking at stuff that's thousands of dollars. You rein yourself in a little bit. Your tastes are too expensive. You just look at it. I'm guilty of doing that too. I'm guilty of doing that too. Now I should put a connector on this, but I'm going to curse my future self to curse my past self, and be mad at myself till I see myself in myself. So I'm just going to solder wires to the board, and then we'll put everybody back together. And then I will have a secret programming interface. Woo, secrets. Secret. How is that 5 volts? That cannot be 5 volts, because the battery is going to be 3.7. Is this a... Yeah, 3.7. So it's probably a 3v3 system. What's up, Orlando? Problem is I pulled apart all of my batteries, so the only 2-cell batteries that I have are 2 of these, whereas I've got a lot of them that I've taken apart and made into 1 cells, which is not good because the RC car with a 3-phase motor now uses 2S exclusively, and boy howdy is it powerful enough. Holy crap. But yeah, we're doing this modification today because the RC car is too fast. It's too fast, I say. And so what'll happen is, it's too fast, and I need the gyroscope in order to run it. I need the gyroscope because that'll stabilize this thing when it's flying away from me at 1 billion miles an hour. And in order to use the gyroscope, I need to reprogram the radio, because the one feature that I really need is for the gyroscope to allow me to adjust it. The gyroscope works by virtue of having, if you think of a servo with its little arm, like a servo like this, it's got the little arm sticking up. At a neutral position, that is on like mid power for the gyroscope. When it moves all the way to one side, it's off. And when it moves all the way to the other side, it's on max. The problem is the stock software of this radio allows you to adjust maximum in this direction, maximum in this direction. It also allows you to limit both sides temporarily, but it does not allow me to go from this extreme close, like past the 0 line to off. All I can do is limit it in one direction. So I can limit it to be always on or at max power. That's not what I need. I need that full range of values on the thing. So once I flash this, I get all kinds of superfluous timers and stuff that I could use, and I never will. All I want is to set 2 set points, 0 and a little bit off of 0, and then assign them to the button here. And then I can turn this into an adjustment of that second set point. So this will go between off and whatever I adjust this to be, which is super awesome. Super awesome that I'm able to do that. And it took me reading a lot of manuals in order to figure that out. It took a lot of reading. I didn't know what I was getting into. So we have power on the top. Then we have our programming, which will be blue, and then our reset will be white. I'll just get those down there. We'll do this without the microscope, eh? Or maybe we will use the microscope. How about that? Because I'm looking at all these opportunities for me to accidentally bridge something. There we are. Look at that. Now everything looks nice and big. When I say bug around Willow, she goes nuts. I don't know why. It's just a word that she's somehow figured out that she should go nuts around. All right, let me, I gotta snip these to be a little bit tighter. I don't want that much overrun of my wires. There we go. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna use the tweezers to bend them down and out so that I have a little shelf with the wire. And they'll sit against the board a little better. It didn't actually work the way that I had intended it to. Let's do it like that. There we go. Oh, my blue wire's gotten out of, well, let's fix it by soldering it. Went to 9K because it's last gen unit. Current gen visible to the public is shortwave IR? Huh, instead of thermal, interesting. Well, those tubes are extremely sensitive to infrared as well. I'm just trying to do this clean. You get out of there. You're not part of this. You're going on the next one. I thought it was all long wave infrared. Oh, my iron turned itself off. The pure thermal unit is long wave infrared. And it's like 150 bucks. And then the webcam module is another 150 bucks, depending on which one you get. Wow, that's really sucking the heat away. Look at how slowly that's soldered. That said, they're going down professionally. They look good. All I need to do is not ruin everything with this one. I don't know. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about outlining. There we go. Ah, that one doesn't look too great. I mean, it's on there. It's just kind of sticking up, huh? Yeah, that needs to be pushed down on there a little bit more. Which one am I looking at anyway? That's the blue one. It's looking a little unreliable. I need tweezers on this. I just got to be careful that they don't like solder, like get through the jacket, because the jacket turns into soup when I solder them. There. Of course, that squishes the jacket now. There's a possibility that that one is shorted ground. Yeah, looks like a torch. It's because there's nothing comparably. Why is it all blurry? What's going on there? Huh, maybe I need to clean the lens. I bumped into it or something. That one's fine. Looks great. I just need to separate them right here because I think they melted together a little bit. The problem with this wire wrap wire is that it can work through its own jacket and then end up shorting to another wire nearby. We'll test it with ohms because I don't really want to touch this anymore. All right, let's pack it all back in. Well, actually, let's test it with ohms first. Then we'll pack it all back in. I don't know which one the blue wire is. I guess we can do that with ohms too. All kinds of wonderful things to do with the multimeter. Multimeter is a great tool to have. The precursor to buying a scope. And a lot of multimeters nowadays do some scope functions. What's going on with that? Wait a minute. I've done it before. I've done it where one time I built this unit that was for the fire cannons, and I got it all up and running and working. And then I packed it in and I drove to my friend's house in Philly, and I was ready to show it off to, here's what you spent all that art grant money on. And I got there and I turned it on and it didn't do anything. So I went all the way back home to the suburbs because I was living in Virginia at the time. I was visiting my parents in the suburbs and went all the way back to the suburbs and opened it up and powered it on, and it worked just fine. So I packed it up again and I drove it all the way out to the city and I tried it again and it didn't work. Like, what the fuck? So I got back home and I tore it down to its bones to try to figure out what was going on. What was going on was when I closed it up, a connector got pressed, and that pressed on connector would disconnect the front panel, rendering the rest of the thing useless. So frustrating. All right, top one is 5 volts. The second one down is reset. Then the one below that is, let's just double check reset here. Okay, so it's 5-volt reset signal, and then the bottom one is ground. Yeah, okay. So let's make some labels. Where's my label maker? It's all the way around the corner. Hold on, let me go grab it. Let me go grab it. Where did it go? Oh, it's that's right. I spent all that money. This is not a cheap cabinet. This is a very expensive purchase for this shop, but it's good quality. So, but that's one of the main purposes of my buying this thing in the first place, so that I could put things like the label maker. It's not in here. Where is the label maker? What happened to the label maker? What did you do with it? Where is it? Tell me where it is. What did you do with the label maker? It's not in here. 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 What happened? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where did I put the label maker? Think. What did I do with it? Was I using it the other day? It should have been, I mean, where I had it before was over there around the corner, and it's not there right now. So, could it have rolled away? No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, it was behind that soldering iron, but it's not there right now. Oh, it's right next to the battery. Right, okay. Yeah, it's right there. It's right there. Our little game of Blue's Clues could have been a bit better if I actually had it facing. All right, have fun with the bubbies. So yeah, let's make a label that'll tell me what the pins are. Swim is what they're calling that pin. S-W-I-M? I don't know if that's quite right. So if we look at the ST link, V2, we have to be careful because some of these knockoff ones have flipped one of the things. I know all this because we just did a whole round of this with the Mutables Instruments modules. Wait, you can hack the Dymo 550? Oh, this is the Rhino 4200. So that would be kind of cool to be able to get stuff into this. Huh. Reset, ground, swim, and 3. 4, 3, 2, 1. So our pinout is 5-volt reset. It's not in the right order. If I switch the pins, then they'll be in the right order. We might as well do it in the right order because there will come a time when I'm so disorganized that I need things to be in the proper order. If I flip those two lines there, or is it easier on the other end? I think it's easier on this end actually. So yeah, let's flip the two non-ground and power ones, and that would put reset and ground, and yeah, that puts it in the right order. Although actually, wait a minute. In order to get it in the right order, oh, the label writer DRM, that's interesting. I guess I don't have, mine doesn't have, the Rhino 4500 doesn't have DRM. We're gonna have to buck convention. Well, We don't have to buck convention. Let me if I reorder them on this connector, then I can get it right. And this will just pop out, so. And this will just pop, and this will just pop out. And this will just pop out. There we go. So I need it to be in the order that it is. So 3v3 SWIM ground and then reset. So the white wire goes to the bottom, the blue wire goes up one, and the... Okay, so... What sensors? What? What are you talking about? Oh, DRM sensor. Well, it's more like they want you to use only the cartridges from the company. It's like they do in printers now, where you have to have an EEPROM, and it logs the amount of ink in it, and then keeps you from using the full cartridge. It's so slimy. I'm having trouble putting this on the device. You can also just get RFIDs, the little cards. I actually have a phone that can finally program those. My previous phone was an HTC and it had an aluminum body, and so it wasn't able to actually do RFID things, so the RFID tags. I wasn't able to do it. It was kind of funny. It's like, let's make our phone out of aluminum. Oh no, we can't get RF in and out. It's easier if I remove all of them. Hey, Turvy, what's going on? New Year's been okay. I'm kind of getting out of a rut. Feeling pretty good. I'm not in a rut, and I know what is what. I just strut. Ugh. I guess I can shorten this a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to start over on this one. I'm going to cut these. Damn it! This wire wrap wire is so sensitive to heat, and I can't... It's like I can't use the tweezers in order to maneuver it around, because it'll just melt. See, I gotta feed a little bit more wire through. And then we'll get things in the right order so that it makes sense, and I'll print a label for it that'll sit in the other half of the shell and be a constant reminder of all of our shortcomings. That's good enough, I think. So we'll do a little snippy snip. That, unfurl it a little bit. Get these things. Yeah, I mean, these aren't meant to be used with heat. For street cred, I could have actually wire wrapped them around a header. I could have put 2 headers down and then wire wrapped these around the one header. That would have been kind of funny. But yeah, wire wrap actually has some intrinsic strain relief in it too, because you're supposed to wrap the jacket of the wire around the post as well, and that makes these a little bit longer lasting, but they are fairly flimsy. They're meant for really temporary setups. But the solderless breadboard has made wire wrapping moderately obsolete. Not entirely, but it has become pretty obsolete. Its services are no longer required. So if we look at it like this, it's 5 volt, 3 volt, SWIM ground reset. So funny that that's all we need. We don't need SWDIO or anything, or SW clock. Yeah, 4, 3, 2, 1. So reset ground SWIM software input M, and then 3v3. So that's how we will wire this thing, but I need to do it backwards because it flips. Well, actually, no. I do it because it flips like this, and then it goes like this, and then that way the top pin is going to be reset. Okay, so white wire is reset and blue wire is software. So white, red, black, blue. Okay, we have our order. And then I need to clip these so that they're a little bit tighter. After the soldering, the jacket tends to walk back a little bit. So I trim them after tinning them. Okay, so everything is getting caught on everything today. I've never used the debug channel, the debug. Never had an opportunity to. These need to be close together, and I don't know how to like position this thing so that it's not annoying. If I solder the one wire, maybe it'll just stay in place. Trusting you to hold this together, Blue. There we go. Okay, ground. I need to. Ooh, my hand's cramping a little bit. Lunch was leftover spaghetti, but I've got enough insulin in my system to handle it, and I think it's causing slight hand cramps. I've had enough hander sizing today. What that means is that one of your fingers will just try to fold into your palm and remain that way for an extended amount of time until you stretch it out. Little miniature Charlie horses, they're fun. Good times, good times. All right, red wire is our, no, it goes software and then, wait a second, I screwed this up already. That's software, and then the top pin is, oh boy. Oh boy, this is not going well. These two are like one. There we go. Gotta separate them out. They've melted together because of my tomfoolery. This is a breakout board. It's a breakout board for surface mount to breadboard soldering that I'm using as just a bunch of pads that I can attach wires to. So this is not a custom printed circuit board. I use Seed Studio when I do make circuit boards, although, you know, people in chat will of course argue for using their specific one. I like Seed Studio. I think they make a nice high quality board. You gotta wait a little bit longer for them, but I also use their store for other stuff, so you know, it's like an added bonus that I get to also print a cheapo circuit board from them. They got a decent silkscreen layer. It's a little bit blurry. I could ask for just a little bit more resolution on the silkscreen layer, because when we do really small circuits, it looks like my cameras are out of focus. I am not sponsored by them, by the way. I do not have a sponsor. This is going to break off any second now because I've been manhandling it too much. Now, you know what? I hate it. We're doing this again. We're doing it again. I'm going to flex it off. There we go. I hate it. Whatever was happening there, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Dear God, come on. Cooperate! Man, I got no idea. I've never had anything like that done. There are services out there where you can get stuff like that done. I just don't know about any of them. So software is on blue, reset is on white. This is the order that they need to go in. Let me get this one stripped off, and I'll get a little bit of tinning on there. I mean, yeah, I'll eventually work my way all the way back to the other solder joint. Hey, it'll be less resistance. I do have a lot of lead wire, though. I have a lot in the top of the enclosure. I just need to get it down here to use it. And there's places like Shapeways. I don't know what you've designed, though, if you have a lot of sheet metal processing or what. If you got to ask, you're not ready. It's one of those things. It's like there's all kinds of different manufacturing techniques. You know, you take it to a machine shop and they'll be like, well, I can make it out of a solid block of aluminum for $10,000. That's even the low ball, depending on what you've designed. And if it's stamped sheet metal, they want to do a run of sheet metal because they have to make all the tooling for that. The microscope, there's a scope command that'll tell you what all the equipment is that I use for this. This is the order that we want them in, so I just need to attach them over here. Get the pieces of wires off of here. Clean the iron, keep the iron clean. The thing is, I don't have a lot of pigtail over here, so I'm kind of struggling to get it all together. I guess I'll hold it by hand. Holding it by tweezers is kind of a curse because it crushes the jacket of the wire and then it ends up being all disgusting. But I don't have as much control with my giant sausage appendages. Also, my light is kind of messing with me right now. I kind of want to do the production thing and get the light and the focus correct, but I also just want to get it done. So I am a being made entirely of conflict. Hold it by hand so I don't crush anything. Crush the jacket, that is, of the wire. It's much cleaner if I do it like this. Why did that move to the side? Please move back. There we go. I gotta be quick with it. No, it didn't solder. I gotta be quick with this, otherwise it's gonna get all melty. It'll get melty. Of course, I'll have to trim that one because I can't have it over the edge of the circuit board because the circuit board wedges into the plastic. I didn't think this would take this long. It's such a simple thing, but I guess I'm taking the time now to set myself up in the future for easy reprogramming of this remote. I like this remote. It's a nice, cheap little fun hobby remote, and I don't have to get serious about what I'm doing. Right? Like, I don't want to get the super duper RC car 5000. I just want a stupid little thing that'll control the car. The last time I did RC car stuff, the radio was analog, and it was a super duper radio, but you got almost none of the features that you get in radios today. These things, these RC car drivers these days are spoiled rotten. You can go beyond this level, and I think Shortlurker is the one that knows anything about that, where you have telemetry that's being sent back to the controller. Actual, like, data linkage kind of stuff. All right, so now that gets pressed into here and crushed in so that our power pin is at the top. So the power pin's at the bottom on the other one, but we'll make it at the top of this one. And all our pins are now in order. So if I find a 4-pin cable, I can just plug it in directly. And then I gotta wedge it in at the bottom here. Nice and flat-ish. It's not incredibly flat, but at least it's nice and organized in there. And I can get to all 4 of the pins. I could actually reposition this a little bit. I can Oh, it's really in there, actually, which is good. These are positive changes. Okay, so that needs to go up a little bit. There's an angle in the case, so if I take this and move it, yeah, that's not going to close like it is right now. There we go, move it up to there. Good, good. Double good. All right, so now I can piece this thing back together. Piece the broken shell of my life back together. He's like a depressing Bob Ross. Let's see, that there. Wait, where's the second? I guess there wasn't a second cleat. I just don't want it to rattle around inside, because then this thing will feel cheap. I'm going to print a label. Yeah, we'll do that in a sec. I'll piece this thing back together first. You didn't even use the command. Here, look. That's the microscope that I use, which is perfect for streaming, not necessarily perfect for daily use, building stuff. But it might be just what you're looking for, it might not be. There are other scope systems out there that are probably better and higher resolution and able to go directly to a television as opposed to what I use. Oops, that's the wrong way around. Oh, really? It's that close? I didn't know. I thought I was going to be facing the other way, so I made it I made it super duper long. Oh well. Yeah, I guess you could put a right angle connector on these pins and have them stick out of the back of the controller if you're feeling lazy about doing it. Let's get the control wheel. I wanted to get this software in, even though I might not be able to race the RC car today, because we lose our dryness on Saturday. We get either rain and snow, or just rain. More likely just rain, and then next week we get rain as well. So I'm not going to have dry conditions outside to race the RC car around, which I know is you guys are all very disappointed about, but I won't be able to. There, now it's just a big mess of wires in here. Okay, so, you know, moderately stock-ish. That's, you know, not mad at that. It's pretty nice. Is it actually, there's like a tab up here that it snaps on. Well, let's do this first so I don't lose all my stuff. Yeah, I could have done a 4-pin header just out the back here, but yeah, and 3D print a little door. No, this is good. This hides the programming interface. Why won't this fit in? Why won't you just be normal? There. Okay, so while I'm holding all the shells together, let's get some screws here. Question. What does that one go to? I've got the 2 hexes that hold on this piece. Oh, the short ones are back here. Okay. I remember now. I remember now. I have memories. Yeah, it's sort of annoying that you can't do a bootloader from USB. It looks like they are doing something with the USB communications pins, DI and DO, but I don't know what that goes to first. It seems like it almost seems like it goes to the power supply first, as if your power supply would be negotiating for more power or something. But it's USB micros, so that's not really a thing. I'm curious as to what FlySky does with them. We now have direct control to the programmer. And I just have this one little wire that you can see if you open up the battery door. Didn't really have room to do it up here, although I could have done a cutout. I could have done a little cutout here and then had the 4-pin header under it. I didn't really want to do that, and so just a little circuit board stowed away at the front of the battery where nothing else is happening. Nice and discreet. Which one didn't I do yet? Did that one. Didn't do that one. I was considering putting a connector on one end, but I didn't want to go through all that trouble, because then we'd be at the 5-hour mark when we got to the programming. I would like to actually make some progress on this. Button it all up. There, done. Oh. That gag didn't work. I thought of that when I was putting it back together, and then I went and got the screwdriver by accident before doing that gag, so it wasn't a natural. It wasn't very natural. It wasn't very natural. By the way, this edition, the orange edition of the GT3C, does not have a rubber steering wheel. I took it from another radio. I bought 2 similar radios, which is stupid of me to do, and that's why I'm only buying cheap stuff. So I'm only buying cheap stuff. I'm limited to cheap stuff. But these are cool. I mean, the FlySky is pretty nice that you're able to flash some dude's hardware onto it and have it work perfectly. I don't know how they do the radio communications, but got that all programmed up. I guess it's known. The protocols are known. There we go. Beautiful. And now with secret programming interface. Double check. Good. I don't think I programmed this with the battery in place, since technically power is going to be coming from that, but we just got to check to see that everything is in harmony here. Okay, I believe it works. Next, we get the STM32 programmer. Oh, I can still get into that just fine. Oh, I need to label this too. So it's in the same order as the pins, but I just want to make sure that it is known. So it's I'm going to need 32 point. Wait, why did it just change fonts in the middle of my deleting that? Huh. So size is going to be 8 point, and I'm going to do 5V space space, and then I guess I'll do swim. I hate that acronym for a pin. Space space GND while we're being verbose. Oh, it's not 5 volts, it's 3.3. I actually don't know the voltage of this, and I don't trust 5 volts. 3.3 volts, swim, ground, RST. Let's see how big that ends up being, if we can fit that in. That is pretty big. That's that's barely gonna fit. I wish I could do it this way. Do it so that they're vertical. I mean, I could just put it like this in here. I think that's what I'm going to do. The label will just be under. No, I don't want to do it that way. Is 8 the minimum? 6 points. We'll do it in 6 point. That'll fit. This thing's almost out of batteries. Oh, that's much better. Let's double check that it's 3 volts, because I don't want to get that wrong. So this one's saying it's 5 volts. But I think we have a different alternate firmware, FlySky, Well, FSGT3C programming header. Look at Google Images. Program the beast. There's a lot of setup that I need to do too. Binding and setup, programming. Let's do reflash. Maybe that's the... Hack, Mojo, hack. Ew, somebody drove it into mud. What is that? Huh. Oh, some of them have an integrated RF thing. Ours is on a separate board. Yeah, we're gonna level up our radio. It adds all kinds of weird. Oh, look, somebody did the thing that I was saying. Do a little cutout, and then you've got the 4 pins right there. That would have been a perfectly good way to do it. I mean, the problem is the thing that I found says, oh, look at that. That looks like mine. No, it's not mine. The thing that I found, nobody's doing the pinout. This is the top of the page that we're on. Let's see what they say in this software. Because the GT3B and C, I don't know what exactly the differences are, but this one has a 3.3 volt battery in it. It does not have like a 6 volt battery in it, so it's not necessarily 5 volts. It might be 3v3. And plugging an STM into the wrong voltage is bad. So... here's the manual. And where's the programming? STVP. Select program memory, load firmware, program it with program address range, start at 8000 because it's an STM32, they're always weird. Set end to firmware end address. It's possible to find places with zeros, blah, blah, blah. Program current tab flash. Primary written from scratch, blah, 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 blah. They don't really go over the pinout, do they? This is more how to assign things and what they mean. It doesn't give you the programming. So, I mean, we could go to a YouTube video. I'd rather find a web page. Question and answer thread, huh? Voltage regulator to run rechargeable AA's. The only thing that it does for me is make the batteries last. What is this? I think they're talking about the B. I think the difference between B and C is the internal battery, the lithium ion, which is all that we are concentrating on because we can break our hardware with the wrong one. GT3C STM32. Hacking done and ready to go, but they're not going to tell us how. Damn it, get out of here. What guide you followed, blah, blah, blah. Firmware flash kit from Overkill RC. We don't need that. That's not the right thing. Okay, that's not even a page that'll load. I just don't want to blow up my controller. Two-wheel balance car, Fly Sky, review, mini ST link. There is just not, I don't know, maybe I'm not looking in the right places in order to find it. Because we just have the software, and then I've got pictures from YouTube videos, and I don't know if they're doing the B or the C, because the B might be more voltage. I guess I can try giving it 3 volts and see if it turns on fully. I can just pump 3 volts into it. This is where I have the advantage. The day is mine. Now, I've got this currently in modular synthesizer configuration. Well, let's steal the leads because we're not doing modular synthesizers today. I don't need to know. I don't ever want to know. I'm cursed with information. All right, this is at 12 volts right now, so I got to set it back a little bit. Boop. Not the first thing that I've set back. 543 volts, and let's take the second voltage, the decimal, up to 3. So now we're at 3v3, and we're outputting. I need to take these two leads, and then I'm going to do... I need 2 plug-in header leads. All I said was I don't need to know, I don't need to ever know. That's all I said. This, and then this. Well, that'll do. Okay. my header collection is not great. So this would be positive up here. And then this one would be negative. I don't know if pumping in voltage to the programming header is going to power everything else. Oh wait, that's the wrong pin. And this one is in crap shape. Hold on. Let me get a slightly better pin. There we go. This one is also double the length. God damn it. Why is everything so discoordinated? Okay, and then this one's ground. So that's ground. We hook up ground. And if I give it power, is everything else going to turn on? Like the whole radio at 3 volts. I want to say that that's the low power. Three, 2, 1, 0. All right, I'm going to take it up to 5 volts, and hopefully I don't blow up my radio today. There it is. So I'm gonna bounce power, and it'll stop beeping. Why are you beeping at me? Why are we beeping? Why Beppis? Nah, something wasn't powered on along with that. So it is 5 volts? It must have a step-up regulator. Because that was working perfectly at 5. Huh, okay, well, that influences the label then. Probably want this to be at, hold on, 5 volts, 5V, 35V, oh god. 5 volts, swim, ground, reset, and I'm going to make it 8 point, not 18, not 12, we'll make it 8 point because it's easier to read. This thing is low on battery, so it's not printing very clearly. And let me cut out just the label. Of course, that makes this harder to peel the backing off of, but whatever. Okay. The good thing about these labels, because if I just were to write on the plastic, it fades over time and use. And then tweezers I should probably be handling it with. So when I label stuff with a labeler, the text sticks around permanently, mostly permanently. I haven't had any labels long enough to see it not stick. Oh, it's beautiful. This might be my favorite mod of the year right here, just because it's so clean. And then, of course, at the seam, I'm going to have to cut this label so that if I take the two halves apart, they'll actually separate. Well, that was close. Not quite on the line. Not quite on the line. There, that should separate when the time comes. This has been a nice clean mod. Beautiful. This is upside down. God, fuck, shit, god damn. Nope. Nope, it's all crap. It's upside down. I did it upside down. I need to reorder them. Reorder all the labels. What have I done? All right, so it's reset, ground, swim, 5 volt. Yeah, Satana. Uivito. One there. One there. This is a very simple mod that should not have taken 4.5 hours, but it did. But it did. Just because we were doing everything correctly. Almost everything. I could have put a connector in it. Almost everything correctly. But now comes the point where we actually flash software onto this thing. And hopefully I get all of my beautiful features and I can tune and tweak to my heart's desire. Probably not before it rains, though. Maybe I'll get a little bit of dry time tomorrow, but I saw a couple snowflakes in the air today. Not like, yeah, I don't mean like red hat weirdos, but like actual flakes of snow. What just happened? I wasn't looking. Oh, there it is. Okay. A 1/7 scale crawler. You gotta put the snowplow on that thing. I love that there's a Twitch streamer, a YouTuber that just has, I think it's a YouTuber, that just has a dirt floor basement. And they've got all this RC construction gear. And they just like do stuff with the dirt floor basement. It's so weird, but it's so awesome. Apart from my scissor skills being slightly lacking and the label being slightly crooked, I'm willing to call that done. 20 centimeters? Jeez. Yeah, that's right. It's snowing in a lot of places, isn't it? We might not get snow. It might just be wet rain. I guess there isn't dry rain. That doesn't... Snow is kind of dry rain. That kind of stands to read. That stands up to scrutiny. In some cultures, they call it dry rain. That's a lie. I just lie about stuff. Just lie constantly. All right, there. So the label's a little bit less awesome, but it's fine. I have a labeled... It's hard to see. I got a label in the battery door that tells me what the pins do so that I can not screw it up in the future. And it is also the same pinout as the STM link. So let's get the STM link and see if I can flash software onto this thing, onto this piece. He's been playing down there for over 10 years. Holy shit. That's amazing. So let's clean up a little bit and then I'll get the ST programmer and we will find some pins that I can use that aren't totally unreliable. Actually, I can grab it from another programmer. I've got a 4-pin thing. A 4-pin wire that I made. The labeler is a wonderful contribution to organization. However, it creates a big mess because you're always cutting these little bits of labeling. Okay. Get this, somehow get this back in. Please, please. Left that powered up. Turn off. There we go. Okay. I did this with my FlySky TH9X a long time ago. This one I've had for a little bit, the FSGT3C, and there's a pretty good piece of software that somebody makes for it, and they programmed it with the STM32, which makes it pretty easy to read, actually. Where did the ST link go? There it is. So I got this ST link. Let's see, that's only, no, that's 4 pins. So we can take all 4 of these pins. We can throw them over here. Because I got the big chest of drawers, I actually have a place for everything, so I can grab stuff like this really quick. This would be easier if it was just a 4-pin connector with all the pins next to each other, which I have. Oh no, which I don't have. Where is it? Oh, there it is. No. I made this one a while ago, so this will probably be our better bet for hooking this thing up, since all the pins are in the same order. Actually, no, we need to split one of the pins apart from the other ones because it's 5 volts. Never mind, this thing goes back in the... Goodbye! I guess I could pop these out and put them into a header, but the configuration changes depending on what you're programming. So I'll just plug each one of these in. Oh, I already messed it up. In order. Oh my god. How can you screw this up, Father? How can you screw this up? What's wrong with you? You had everything going for you. Alright, so the pinout of the ST link puts right there, and the top one is reset. So that would be the brown wire. So we go 1, 2, 3, and skip, and then 4, and that'll give us the 5 volts. This one is SWIM, which is there, and then according to our label, and then I do 5 volts up here. So that's ready to program. I just need to plug it into USB. Is not totally convenient. This thing wants to be a cute little dongle, but I need to get it to the USB plug, which is all the way over here. And this thing starts screaming bloody murder at me and partially powering up. What's that about? One FS1 low power. Is that the correct? Yeah, that's 5 volts. That should be 5 volts. Reset ground SWIM. All right, so as you're trying to steal its brain. My brain! Okay, so we hooked it up according to this picture right here. Reset SWIM ground and then 5 volts. 5 volts SWIM ground reset. So we have that all configured and together. Right, what's up, Groovy? So we should be able to program this thing. I don't know why it yells at me about low power. Probably because power's coming in a different location. Like if you hook this up, it just doesn't like it. It's possible that I could plug in the battery, but I don't think I should be running the battery at the same time. They don't really mention anything about that, though. So maybe I should look at one of these videos about programming it. That's the B. And of course, nobody can hear this. I could listen to this, but the audio would be muted for you guys. So far, so good. Oh, they actually label their pins. That's nice. Wait, they're only using 3? We could have saved an entire wire. Oh, yeah, is that... Oh. Yeah, because this one says reset SWIM ground. So which one is it? We got to figure out what order these are in, actually. These dongles, these knockoff ST-Link dongles, they can get this pinout wrong. I think mine has the right order, but I'm going to double check to see that grounds are in the center. That could have been, because we did it in the bunk order. We should have flipped them. It would be reset SWIM ground. Instead, we have Yeah, it would be 5-volt ground SWM reset. Well, either way, they might be printed on the other side of the board, but for the GT3C, we didn't have labeled pins. Ours looks like this. There's no label on those. Luckily, we have this person to tell us which one is which. And it looks like they are showing it. Oh, man. I should have ordered it this way. I didn't look at this. This is the correct way. Let's just double check. Yeah, it looks like ours is labeled correctly. It doesn't matter. I can just flip the pins, but it'll just be confusing in the future. Yeah, I guess I can use the multimeter to double check that the ground is in fact the ground. And that's probably why it looked so funky when I tested it. A low voltage beep is just going to be a thing, I think. Let's just double check here. Let's go. Okay. Would you give me a little bit of... Okay. I need room to breathe here, pins. Those are, in fact, both the grounds. And then this one is SWIM, and there's 20K resistance there. Okay, so the label on the dongle is correct, which I probably should like label the back. The label on the other side is correct. If you got a label maker, you know, you got to use it. I must use my label maker for everything. We used to have top secret thumb drives, and they had the top secret label on similarly colored anodized aluminum drives. I always wanted one, but if I took it, I'd be fucking arrested. They kept very careful track of them. Okay. So, that said, this stupid ordering, I have reset on the brown wire. So that would be reset here. Then I have SWIM, which is on the white wire. Then I have ground, which is in the middle. And then I skip a pin and I go to 5 volts. So now if I plug that in, it's still going to scream bloody murder, but the screen will at least look consistent. Yeah, there we go. So the screen isn't flashing totally. It's still yelling at me that it's got... Well, it doesn't say low power, which is odd. I think maybe it can't find like a radio thing or something. Okay, so that means that we can program software into this thing. What was that program that we used? Was it ST-Link? STM32 ST-Link.exe. Yeah, that was the one. Okay, so is that what these people are using to flash? There's a picture of the programming environment. That don't look like it. That's ST toolset. Device software. Oh yeah, there's an older version that works with... Does this one not work with our current? I don't remember. I'm not going to back up the stock firmware. I'm not weak. Huh. Let's see if we can load the S19 file here. So we need to go to Program Verify Settings. We start at 8,000, but then bin hex S19. Okay, so we're not loading the binary file though. We want to program it. Is this the right? Okay. No ST-Link. I'm trying to remember how to use this program. Sorry. It's just going to take me a minute here. Blank check. There we go, automatic mode. And then I can load from my downloads this thing. And don't skip the flash erase. I guess I can verify after programming. Is there anything else that I should be doing here? I don't think so. Let's double check. Let's double check. ST Visual Programmer. I think that's what we have. Program memory tab, load firmware, programming it with program address range, start at 8,000. I don't know if that doesn't appear to be something that I can configure here. Yeah, I have to connect to the device first, so we need that infernal beeping in our ear. Firmware end ADDR. So start there. Address is out of range. What? Oh, because we don't have anything connected. Program current tab, and then all my stuff gets erased, but we'll have to bench test this. We got a little bit of time. Yeah, let me, I guess, plug this thing in and get beeped at. What if I turn the power switch on? Maybe that'll, I don't know. No, it's still beeping at me. No, it had 8,000, 800, 8,000, didn't it? It was this one. But both of them are out of range anyway. Connect to target. Trying to connect to a low frequency application, select a lower SWD. If I turn the radio off and plug the battery in, is it going to shut up? Nope. Yeah, it's just going to beep no matter what. How did I get this thing to connect before? All right, okay, what is it telling me to do? What is it telling me to do? We had this working for marbles, so select the connect under reset mode from target settings menu and try again. Trying to connect to a low frequency application, please select lower SWD. So I don't know if that's what I need to look at here. I need to look at whether or not I'm going to cut off the power. Okay. We need to see if the ST link is recognized by the computer. So device manager. We'll go up the chain. System storage, sound, software security, processor, printers, portable, network adapters, monitors, mice and pointing keyboards, imaging devices, blah, 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 blah. Well, it doesn't have something that it doesn't know what it is, but I don't know if we could be at too long of a cable for this thing to recognize. How do we hook it up before? What did I do? Because I don't know if it's seeing the ST link. Device memory, external memory, target, settings. Yeah, I think we got that serial number to recognize. I think I just need to be closer. I need a small extension. No, that stands, it should still work. Debug, SWD, that's correct. We were using this the other day, that's the thing, is like, oh, that's how I get to the settings faster. If I unplug it, does it now not recognize anything? No ST link, yeah, okay, so we are connecting to the ST link. There it is. So STM32 target detection, if I plug it into 5 volts again, this thing's just going to endlessly beep at me. Please connect to the target.
Target settings. Connect under reset. Nope. Target settings. Hot plug. Why do you not? Oh, maybe we need to start it up again. That's right. Remember we had this problem? ST-Link utility, not the STM-Link programmer. It still does not want to connect. Did I mess something up? Is the USB low power? I don't know how it would be. I also have the battery plugged in. I'm going to unplug the battery. All right. So maybe without the USB, let me find like a short USB extension cable. I gotta find one though. I don't know where mine are. How did we hook this up before? We did something. Hold on, let me see if I can go find one. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can not use the 5-volt pin, and I can use the battery to power it, and then they just share a ground. We'll try it. Let me try it. Unplug 5-volt pin, plug in the battery. That way I don't have to find a USB extension cable. And then plug this thing in. I'll turn this on and plug it in at the same time. Turn it on there, plug this in here. So now this thing is on, and it's not beeping at me constantly. Maybe I can connect. Why? Didn't appear to reset. Why do you hate me? Nope. That would be under a lower frequency. What do they say about frequency here? Nothing. So we're all hooked up. What are their settings? Show me your settings. Oh, they have the entire tool chain on here. An old one. Open the file. Wait, what are we doing here? Is this after having programmed it? Yeah, that's after having programmed it. Just throw an AT Tiny under the bus just because. How are they connected? Oh yeah, that's the one with the wrong pinout. So 1, 2, 3 jumpers, and they're skipping one for the one, but they've got it connected on there, and somewhere, something like that. Huh. Let's see somebody else's guide. Let's see if we can find a more recent guide. Main chip replacing the main chip. We don't have to go that far. Connecting a graphical OLED to SMT32. Yeah, that's what we want. I think this is the one we just watched, right? I think this is the exact one that we just had open. Yes, yes. Yeah, this is what we just had. Huh.
What are their settings? I love how they just grab this thing out of nowhere and it just works. What are the settings in here? Display group window and error connection is on. Device checksum. They don't go over the settings menu anywhere in this, huh? There's just no settings menu. That was it. It looks so easy. The most versatile ground radio ever. It's pretty versatile, actually. Yes. Yes. Are you just talking about your radio? Does he have a MF, like a Dr. Doom mask on? Wait, what's... Oh no, he's wearing cool sunglasses. Oh no, I think he is wearing a mask. Oh no, he just has glasses on. Oh boy, that was a roller coaster. That was a roller coaster of emotions. They don't say anything about how to hack it, huh? You're just going over your software. That's not in English, but we're not listening to the audio anyway. Nope, nothing in there about how to do it. That's how to use the settings, which is pretty complicated. Upgrade latest firmware, RC Adventures one-handed controller, multiple receiver, Lane Boys RC, Flashy Fly Sky i6, blah, 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 blah. STM32 bootloader programming. Well, not exactly. It's close though. What are your settings? See, the thing is, Flash Loader Demonstrator, that's a different program. We had this totally functioning though. Yeah, right now it's just going off of battery power and it's totally happy with it. And according to this, I should be completely, perfectly connected. Nothing is yelling at me. Nothing seems to be in dire straits because of what I've done. Because of the crimes that I did. Why does that make crunchy noises when I do that? Probably shouldn't make crunchy noises. So SWM, reset, and ground are connected right now. And I think the problem is my computer, for some reason. We can't use the other program because that one doesn't work with the knockoff STM32. So if I go into the ST-Link, we had no problems with the mutable instruments one, except every now and then it wouldn't connect properly, and so I would have to close the program and try again. Do I have two instances of this open? I do. Let me close both of the instances and let everything kind of close out there. Where's it? Oh, it's over here. I clicked on something in OBS. So STM, and I open up Link Utility, the old one. There's not a lot that I have control of here. I'm not going to do a firmware update on the ST-Link. I think we already went through that. So if I hit connect, it's going to pull up an error message. Cannot connect to target. Please select connect under target reset. We tried that. If you're trying to connect to a low frequency application, please select a lower SWD frequency mode. The thing is, like, didn't we had to hold down a utility button in order to get it to connect? Do I need to hold down like some kind of a, or like hold down a jumper? Do I need to do a jumper? Or should this be able to connect just live? What we saw is it just connects live. They didn't do any sort of hardware stuff. This is the wrong video. Let's take a look at that other video where they actually do the flashing. Not a lot of videos where they actually do the flashing. That's how to set up. This one's firmware upgrade. This one might be a slightly different radio. Play different video. Blah, blah, blah. Pin header. Right angle pin header. Are you going to bend it? Oh my God. Those are hands that put on moisturizer for this video, but are typically very dry, huh? Oh my God, you're just gonna hand bend the pins. Oh, I can't watch. 5-volt SWIM, ground, and then reset. So that's what I've done. That's what I've done. And then, is there any mention of any kind of a jumper? What were they pointing out over there? They were... No, just disassembly. B, 3-channel, 6-channel, 8-channel. Oh, I probably want GitHub Semirad GT3B. Oh, this is a slightly different 3B, and then releases 0.6.2. GT3, actually I want GT3C, but I don't know. Yeah, he doesn't have GT3C, but that GT3B, I would have to compile it myself in order to do. That's funny, it said 062 was the latest. Yeah, here, pre-release 062. 12 years ago. All right. I don't have the environment set up to compile it. Music Honeybee, ST GT3. So the ST software is a slightly different software, but we should still be able to use the stuff that we're using. So what is the catch here? It looks like they have one of the ones that has the... Oh, this was done in 2019. This is the most recent thing I've seen on this subject. And he's connecting it directly to there. And that's all that he's connected. Using the more modern tool set. What is the configuration? I don't know what this step is. This is a configuration step that I haven't had to do. STM8S10105 times 6, but that's not like in this program, is it? Blank check, target memory compare with file, option bytes? No, see, it just can't connect. It doesn't like it. Yeah, I just don't have that available in my settings. I don't know, software system, I don't know. Turn the speed way down. Connected to reset hardware mode. It's like, okay, well, it overrid me. Cannot connect. It's something else. It feels like a pinout problem. Oh my God, I set the frequency so slow. Everything's super slow. It doesn't work. Please select normal or hot. Okay, wait. SM32W, what are they selecting? SM8S, so that's not really. Select normal hot from target system menu. If you're trying to connect a low frequency application, lower the SWD. None of that applies to us, so I'll set it back to high frequency. I don't know what the problem here is. Normal. So I'm going to turn everything off and then plug the programmer back in. Wait, how did turning... Oh, because I didn't connect 5 volts. That's right. It needs its own power to connect. But I don't understand why this thing can't connect to the target. Because it definitely has the board. The board is there. The programmer is there. We can see it under the settings menu. It's right there. That big serial number. Because this is the program that accepts it. If I use the other program, it doesn't accept it. The other thing I guess that I could do is ohm it out and just make sure that I didn't make any dumb mistakes. So that requires taking it all apart again. but we verified this. We're pretty sure that this is all right. Did I miss anything? Just random farts. Okay. Yeah, why is it so frustrating? I feel like I should put the right angle header in there and then we'll just use that. Use it from the back of the radio. No, it still airs out. I don't think fooling around with this stuff is any of any advantage to us. Could it be that the STM chip is so new that it doesn't work? I mean, if I flip the reset and SWID pins and it works, let's see about that. Let's flip these two. I hear weird popping noises. So this one is SWID and ground. Let me double check. Yeah, instead I'll do reset to... Oh, I actually think I might have gotten them mixed up. Like this. Try that. I'll just reset the radio too. I feel like there's a trick to this. Like I need to set something or hold something down. Yeah, couldn't connect to target. See, it like doesn't even matter if I'm plugged into it or not. I can unplug the radio and I can go connect to target and I'm going to get the same exact errors. So it feels like something isn't happening here. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. I guess I could take the top of the radio off and ohm it out again. Make sure that everything is correct. Ground, SWID, and then reset. So white wire is ground. Let's double check the wires behind. Well, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna have to ohm it out. Let's just, I gotta eat my hat. I gotta eat my hat and ohm this thing out because it's clearly it's not connecting to the STM32 properly. Maybe I'll need to sacrifice a few AT-Tinies. And then how does this thing come out? I think it just pops out. Yeah, there's snaps, but they're kind of tough snaps. Let's see if I can just do like a screwdriver, or I have spudgers. Shouldn't have to use spudgers, but that's where we are. There you go. So you have a tough time pushing the tab in. What you need to do is pull the outer wall out, and then it pops open. So just another quick ohming. We've already ohmed it, but I'm going to ohm it again. I'll just see whether or not I got the right pins. This shouldn't take this long. It's just we're running into every conceivable issue. I don't know how this always happens to me. I run into every conceivable issue. All right, so power to power. Correct. All right, let's do SWID, blue wire, to what's called, or SWIM. The SW pin is correct. Ground to ground. That's correct. And then reset to reset. So, Bother's Law. We are, for like the Chilton manual for working on cars, we always, and even tutorials on the internet, we always multiply the amount of time by 3. And that's held relatively accurate. They say this will take you this long to do. And so we multiply that number by 3, and we know exactly that it'll take an entire day of work to get done. So the pinout is correct. I mean, maybe it's the program that I'm using. I'm not using the right STM link. This joker that's using in the tutorial that we're looking at seems to have installed the modern tool that wouldn't connect to RST link. Yeah, run into every issue live on the internet. That's how we're so good at troubleshooting. That's why we can troubleshoot stuff so well. All right, so top pin reset. What's up, Danny? Top pin reset. So that is the brown wire. Reset goes to there. Black wire goes to ground, which is skip a pin. Go to ground. So reset, ground, and then the white wire goes to ground. I got that wrong already. All right. Top pin goes to reset. This pin goes to SW. It's not ground. And then the white pin goes to SW. That should be correct. Now, if I do hook up 5 volts, this thing starts beeping at me. Been here since the start of stream, on and off. I figured you walked away for a little while. That's why I said, what's up? What's up, what's up, what's up? And this goes into here. This isn't terribly exciting, but RC projects get more people. I've got one of the larger audiences right now. This is what you're in for if you buy one of these old radios. You can have all these kinds of problems. And really, technically, if you guys do this on your own, it's probably going to be a lot easier. And you can just do like a right angle pin header the way that one did, where it's a right angle pin header and it just goes directly out of the case. You can just drill away a little bit of the plastic and then you'll have a perfectly fine radio with a programming interface right up front. I should have thought about doing that before. But anyway, yeah, so our interface is not this. It's actually ground in the middle there. It's so weird. So we'll close the toxic one. And that's how we have it hooked up. So it's a software problem. I don't know what program they're using. They're going to say go to st.com and download their visual programmer, but I have installed this. They require an account. Yeah, you need to sign up your email, and I didn't want to do that. I did do that, actually, so. Your ESC and banana plugs, sweet. Street. So there's STM32 Cube Programmer that I've installed, but I don't think this works with my knockoff ST-Link. I don't think it does. We'll see. Maybe we can actually program the stuff this way. This is a kind of a much larger program, though. Now, is this what they were using? I don't know if this is what they were using. ST-Link. No ST-Link detected. Yeah, so this thing hates the knockoff ST-Links. Hobby Wings programs works with some Hobby Wings. Well, that's not, this is all ST, I think. Unless I'm wrong. But yeah, we don't have that program available to us. So I use the older version, which is the ST-Link, STM32 ST-Link utility. STM32 ST-Link utility. And then we go into the settings, and old ST-Link firmware already used. It'll pop up with the serial number in a minute here. Maybe if I unplug it and I plug it back in, or if I have I have two instances running. Hold on. I accidentally started another instance. This one has the serial number on it, which means it's legit, and we put the firmware on it. That's when I used to use Flash Gotex, when they still use STM chips. I don't know what any of that means. Hot plug mode. Cannot connect to target. Power on. Connect. Cannot connect. See, I feel like there's like a Gotex or floppy emulators. Ah, okay. So with the mutables modules, when I turn on the system, I had to hold down a button in order to make it connect properly. So am I missing that? Is there a bootloader mode that I need to be putting it into? Because that was the only way we got things to work with the other things, like doing TX and RX. Dog's barking at the door, so in the background I'm hearing woo, 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 woo. They just make it totally trivial with this program, but this is a video from 2019 when the program was different. They've made it no longer work properly with this stuff. Yeah, the configuration window is totally different, isn't it? STVP. Visual Programmer. Do I have anything like that? Hold on. STVP. Nope. Programmer. Woo, 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 woo. That's what I'm hearing in the background. I don't want to get it from ST. I want to actually download it without having to sign up. Yeah, it's interesting that this is a totally different interface than what we're used to. Downloaded most of a car. How dare you? We had a PSA specifically about this. Version 42 at the Internet Archive. There is no preview available. It's fine. I don't know if that's... Is that really? That might actually do it. That might be what I needed. Guards! Wait, that's STM8. Yeah, we'll try it. This is from 2019, so maybe it's the right thing. We just need to wait for the download. Hold on, looking for which window decided to download it. Why is that one got a progress going? Oh, let's see it there. It's 80 megabytes and it's taking forever because it's coming from Internet Archive. Internet Archive is one of the best resources that I think we have these days. Remember when you didn't need an email to sign up for everything? And companies didn't erase their pasts. I don't know if previous versions are available on ST's website. They don't want you to use the old version because their new version scans the ST link to make sure you can't use a knockoff one, and you have to buy a $350 programmer dongle. Not made of money. We're almost there. I remember. Come on, buddy. There we go, done. Folder. And I'll just extract it. Did 7-zip open up? Wait, what's this? No, you get out of here. All right, extract to there. And let's see. It says STM8. I hope this actually supports the STM32. I trust it explicitly. It blows up the capture for just a second. So this is looking more like the tutorial. It's going to be like, my God, there's all these drivers here already. Setup cannot find Acrobat Reader to read the release notes. You won't be able to read. No, come on, man. It's looking for Adobe Acrobat. I accept explicitly. Standard tools. Cool. Put it there. Yeah, that's great. That'll work. Shortcuts are fine. old ass installer. STM has previous versions. Cube programmer as old as 2.5, just before I flashed my controller. Ah, okay. Well, I didn't want to do the email thing, the email shuffle. So we're trying it in here because the STM link is not connecting, and the modern one doesn't like my knockoff dongle. And then the other one, and I did verify that ground is in the right place. It's in a different order than it's on a lot of the printed ones, but they fixed it for the one that I bought. But then the tutorial we're showing shows them using like a 2019 version of the program, which I guess we're getting right now, hopefully. It seems to look like the right thing. Although then it didn't start the program, it just kind of did its thing. So is that this ST Visual Programmer? Where is it? Do I have to run it in compatibility mode? Where's my ST Visual Programmer? Do I have to Alt Control Delete something that's running right now? Where is it? Where's my... It's at the top of the start menu, but it's not starting up. Is it because I don't have Adobe Acrobat? I don't think I need to run it in compatibility. Oh, there's a thing in the middle of the screen that I didn't see. What is this? Okay, so this is where we select what the processor is, and according to this tutorial, we are choosing, hello? Those options. I gotta squint at it. ST-Link, first of all. SWD. And then STM. Are we really doing 8S or are we on the 32? He says 8S105. But that's, I think he is programming the same one that I have, yeah. It's even orange. I like the orange one. So 8S105. I don't see the 8S105 in here. Wait a sec. Oh, swim. Ah, that's okay. I see. Different pins for different processors. 8S105 6. I see now. We just didn't have the right thing. And then it went away. There it is. Okay. All right. So there we go. Now, what do I do? YouTube tutorials are nice to have. I should probably turn on the radio. There's the radio on. What are they telling you? They're talking to us and I'm not hearing. Protocol, blank check before programming when available is off, verify. What they're doing is they are backing it up first. So I guess I can read from the chip and back up the software. $800 to FF, that should do. I did. $00800. I hate this address stuff. It's actually kind of really annoying. I guess it's more hardcore stuff, but okay, so I need to actually connect, don't I? Execute a file in RAM, configure, current tab, all tabs, program, verify, erase, blank check, view, and then help. Where am I getting... How am I getting any functionality out of this? Because they magically clicked something. Yeah, see, they read it and then were able to. So what did you click? Where's your mouse? Where did that come from? Oh, from the first button. Okay. I have a tutorial on mute, so what does that one mean? Read current tab or active sectors. Hey, look at that. We got software out of it. So that means we're connected. Everything's good. Yeah, I guess I could put subtitles on, but I want to do it in hard mode. Save as. So here's my old stuff, and this would be FSGT3C. Probably shouldn't put the tab in there, the thing. FSGT3C, old. Just put that on the like desktop or something. Where the hell? What documents, whatever. Save. Okay, so now I want to load my project and bring it over. What button do I have to hit? Skip it all. What are you looking at? Oh my God. All right, let's see if I can just figure this out. So, let's see. Open? Yeah, S19. Okay, so then we go to downloads. Downloads, and it's 6.2, the experimental pre-release. Open that up, and then I can... I'm guessing this third button is right. Maybe the second one is right. Where's my little button pop-up? Program current tab or active sectors. Verify. So let's program. Did that do it? Successfully verified. I think that's it. So I just had to get the right software, which is the 2019 version of the ST-Link software that would allow me to specify the STM8 instead of the 32. So I guess if I... Oh, the LED went blue. I guess if I disconnect... This thing is... Oh, it wanted me to calibrate it on the first boot up, but this is the software. We've got the experimental super duper software that will allow me to put my specific settings in. And so that'll allow me to set different set points and stuff. I don't know what I'm editing right now, which I'm going to do later because it's already 5:30 and that's it for me. I don't want to burn out too much on streaming lately. I've been, over the past couple weeks, I've been pretty damn burnt out. Which is bad. It's been really bad. But we finally loaded software onto the controller. What I will be able to do with this is, first of all, I need to calibrate everything on here. So I need to calibrate the full lock-to-lock on the steering and the throttle, and then I need to put in my exponential settings that I had configured on the previous software of this radio. But then what I need to do is I need to program this button to go through up to 8 servo positions. And I need to set this button to adjust the second servo position, because then I'll set the first servo position to be 0, the second servo position to be my range of adjustments, and then no other position, so that when I hit this button, it'll go between off and on for the gyro, and when I move this very convenient forward and backwards button, it will then adjust the amount of gyro. Once I get all that configured, I can hit the pavement and actually try to get you guys a video of this thing going top speed, because the gyro will handle all those little micro slides that are happening when you go 1 billion miles an hour with a very light, tiny little RC car. I have no idea how to configure the radio. I need to do this with a manual open. Yeah. Well, if I did what I should have did and just done a right angle header, I think it's here, just done a right angle header right here with pins, and then I could plug into the pins exactly. But I did my sneaky pins in the battery door. Over 9,000 scale mile per hour. It really is, and air is like a different viscosity, and the springs work differently because of the change in scale. There's so much difference between the tiny little scale RC cars and the big boys. Yeah, 1/5, it's probably much easier to figure out all the adjustments and stuff, and it probably does a lot more, right? You know, your adjustments are more, I don't know, more visceral. I've got a weird problem with the wheels. This one, it has way more, whatever the hell that adjustment is, than this one. Maybe that's just because it's turned a little bit. But I'm going to have to sit down tonight after dinner and after I take the dog for a spin around the neighborhood and everything. I have to sit down and really get into the configuration of this thing. I know what I need to do. I just need to get everything working the way the old radio worked, because I was perfectly happy with it. I just didn't have the ability to fully adjust the gyro. When I have the one servo position set to the middle point, which is all you can do. You can't go beyond the middle point. You can go from -100 to 0, and you can go from 100 to 0, but you can't cross. So it would be when I hit the button, it would go from -100 as an off to the midway point of adjustment. And I know that there are adjustments below that, because if I adjusted that -100 up a little bit, I would get where I'd move the RC car back and forth, and the gyro would stabilize it. So yeah, I got a lot of configuration to do. By the way, we still have a 1/10 scale RC car, and it's an all-wheel drive car. It probably is also properly fast. I might actually be able to get it to go like 100 miles an hour. So at some point we'll look at that. It's been sitting behind the desk here, and it's got sort of the brushed motor, and I think it's got a fairly good controller, but you know, we can use like DOS micro stuff on it in order to make it like a super duper car. That's in the far-flung future. Right now, my head hurts from doing all of this modifying. At least we came out of it with a pretty good thing. I'm still so pissed off that I saw that one little modification. You could just cut a little square right here and have a right-angle header. Why does nobody make RC three-wheelers? I mean, create the reality that you want to see, you know? All you need to do is get that wheel to turn properly, and then have it scrape on one side. I was doing this thing at full speed, and this just like, this would be a good thumbnail. Reminder, here's a good thumbnail. Anyway, I was going full speed with this thing, and it hit something and spun out and landed on the top, and it broke both of the 3D printed. The only 3D printed part in this whole thing are these four little pylons that allow me to do a monoshock. And they are like the fuse that saves this model. If I crash one of the wheels, it will break that part and then give way, dissipating some of the energy. So I'm glad with my little fuse part. What I might do is print out, I got some files for a larger front bumper, and that might save me from shearing off the wheels. Maybe I'll move the rear bumper, or the front bumper to the rear, and then print that other front bumper. Yeah, you want a fuse point for what's going on. I don't know how the all-metal ones crash. I would be worried about how they crash. Probably break the carbon fiber or something. But yeah, anyway, this is going to be a lot of fun when I get the gyro working, and hopefully I'll be able to get a video of it going full speed. I am going to end here. Everybody is leaving anyway. My numbers went down by 5. Oh my God. Help us all. Is anybody familiar? Rabaz is actually doing, oh, he's doing ready or not. Paleontologizing is on too, but I think I'm just gonna shutter the stream. I'm gonna board up the windows and turn off the lights, and I'll lay down on the floor and try not to breathe too much. So I'll catch you guys later. We actually succeeded today. I just have a lot of setup to do. I would have taken you through all of that setup. That would have been fun. We can plug servos into, you know, receivers and get this thing all configured up for the other model. But that would be extremely boring, and we're at the end of the day. So I'm gonna leave you guys with that. We're gonna work on something else tomorrow, Friday, and then it's going to rain and snow, and then I won't be able to race RC cars anymore. Oh. All right, take care. I'll see you guys on Discord. Oh yeah, end card. The end card. Oh my God. Is that, do we still have EDN? Eden. Oh no, we must have deleted that one. I had one that was an end card that was all mangled if OctoJ got the wrong command. All right. You guys can find me on Discord. The VOD channel's still going. I do need to upload videos. I haven't done that in a couple days. I need to upload them and, you know, get all that stuff done and all the copyright stuff wiped. We don't have enough. There's not enough people on that channel yet to monetize, but maybe one day. And I will catch you guys tomorrow day.